Hey, Taku. What's up, guys? Today, we're gonna finally beat Silent Hill 2, anyway. I actually don't know what ending I'm posed for right now. I don't remember. There's like 8 different endings, as we've talked about in the other streams. We're about to get one of them today, and then we'll react to the other ones that I didn't get. But there are like certain things you have to do throughout the game to get certain endings. And they kind of like the decisions and some of the choices and some of the collectibles you find kind of steer you towards one of the routes. And I actually have no idea which one we're going for right now. So it'll be just as big of a surprise to me as it will be to you guys. I also kind of don't really remember what triggers a lot of the different endings and how some of them go. I actually really only remember one of the endings. Well, one of the serious endings. Of course, I remember the joke endings, because those are funny. But I actually only remember one of the serious endings. Hey, Taku, Final Fighter, 12 hours. Philip, Guy. Welcome, everybody. So that's just to preface what we're about to experience here, is that it's... Right now, it's kind of all up in the air for me. Because I also don't know, did some of the requirements change in Remake for some of the different endings? Like, did they add different things that you have to do? So one of the things that I want to do as we go later on to react to all the endings, after we beat the game, is I want to read up what the requirements are for each end, because I think that'll be interesting to learn as well. It's like, what did you have to do? Because I imagine in the remake here, they reworked some of the endings as well. Spider mannequins thrive in darkness. The spider mannequins are like the least engaging enemy in the game. I like just don't care about them. They're also, the AI behind them doesn't seem like that great either. The joke ending slightly different. Different how? Alright, this is also a classic. I don't remember where I left off. I think we're just going straight to Mary's room, right? Yeah, I think we just gotta go straight to the room. But it has been over a week since I played last. And as tradition, when I come back to a game after a week of not streaming, I'm like, how do I play? What do I do? Where am I going? What's going on? Yeah, I don't think there's too much left at this point. I think I go to Mary's room, and then I get the final boss fight. Ended up dozing off last stream, but I'm so captivating. How did you manage to fall asleep while watching my streams? But more mechanics for points? Okay, Philip. Yeah, I'm still curious to see, like, what the full mechanics are. Hey, Epsane. One thing that I think is pretty fun to see, like, as we play through this game, is just how many, implements from Silent Hill 2, like, shaped horror games in the future. And like now going back, it's funny to be like, oh, that's the thing from the game that took inspiration from the original Silent Hill 2. So I think playing some of these remakes is always really funny. And like Resident Evil 4 is another big one for that. Where like you're playing through Resident Evil 4 remake and it's like, oh yeah, this is where that, like, iconic feature came from. Also like that this room is, like, double locked. Alright, this is the room I'm supposed... Or no, this is just the observation room. Can I go in there now? No. Mary, I'm home. We have the big, nice hotel. The president's room. Any items in here real quick? No. Remember when there used to be ashtrays everywhere? How many people do you think replaying the, Too Quiet, like the game's Too Quiet? How many people playing this do you think don't, like, recognize what a VHS is? It's gotta be, at this point, it's quite a few people, right? Like, playing, like, you could be of the appropriate age to play this game. Like, you could be 17, 18, and VHSs would have been discontinued for a while after your birth. Like, how many people do you think, like, collected that and were like, what do I do with this?
Are you taping again? Come on.
Because it's not like VHSs didn't come back like vinyl records, where, like,
Why,
people might still know what those are. VHSs did not return. They sucked.
You know what I heard? This whole area used to be a sacred place.
A burial ground, one might
I
say,
think I can see why.
that was built over.
It's too bad we have to leave. Promise you'll take me again, James.
Is it too quiet now, I'm saying? Nothing worse when the monitor goes black and you gotta stare back at yourself. No, we're good.
Hey, there you are. Do you know where Mary is?
Well, I've got an idea.
Come on, talk to me.
Mary's gone. She's dead.
Liar. That's a lie.
No. It's the truth.
She died because she was sick?
I killed her.
I hate you! I want her back. Give her back to me. I knew it. You didn't care about her. I hate you, James. I hate you! I hate you! I hate you!
This is Brass Steel.
She was always waiting for you. Why? Why?
I'm sorry. Mary, you know, isn't here.
Oh, good. We've entered the bizarro weird world. The facial expressions are weird.
Mary?
I think for James, they're animated very well. I think for the little girl, they're very odd.
I'm waiting for you. Please, come to me. Do you hear me? Please, why won't you come?
But where? Where are you?
You're so close now. Please, don't give up. Don't leave me out here, James. James.
The hotel was looking so nice. The last bastion of James's sanity now completely ruined. So one of the things I think you might be getting to, Final Fighter, like with the facial expressions, like I personally think for James they look really good, but for the little girl, I do think they look really weird, and I have a sneaking suspicion, and I don't know this for sure. This is all like just based on my experience with, because I've played hundreds of games at this point. I have a feeling for Laura they used, like, you can tell the animations are mocap in this game, like motion capture, and like they're acting and everything, but I feel as if for the little girl it was mocapped by a grown woman, not like a young girl actress, and so they have to like squish her like an adult woman's face into like the little girl's face, and so it doesn't translate super well. Which is why I think her facial expressions are weird. Because I was thinking, like, during that cutscene, like, James's expressions look really good. Like, I thought they really captured that, like that look of guilt on James's face when she's, like, when Laura is, like, where's Mary? And he looks like, I killed her. Like, I felt like you could really see the, like, oh fuck in his face. But yeah, for Laura, like, hers look very unnatural. Like, her shock to that seemed kind of unnatural, especially right next to James's expression being captured so perfectly. I think hers looked especially, like, uncanny, like, right next, like, frame by frame. Like, you go from his face and then right to hers, and I think that's why. But again, don't quote me on this. Also, the song that plays right after the video is really good. I remember on one of the earlier streams, I joked about how I was like, man, the soundtrack for this game is only good for, like, while you're playing the game. And I would never, like, listen to any of these tracks outside of the game. I probably will still listen to that track after this. That one was pretty good. I wonder, like, as a musician, it's got to be weird to be designing the soundtrack for this game and, like, design it with the intent of, like, okay, like, people aren't going to want to listen to, like, half of these songs. But there still probably has to be some sense of accomplishment in it where, like, you create those, like, eerie metal grinding songs and they sound creepy in gameplay, but you're like, man, no one's going to ever listen to this song ever again. Do I still have a map to this place? Yeah, I do. I wonder if we're now in an entirely different hotel, or did they retexture the place? In terms of, like, actual gameplay. Where I just came from? No. This is the same song from OG. Oh, is it actually? It kind of feels like it's being played in reverse, right? I just turned it up so I could listen to it a little bit better. Like, it just it's kind of remarkable, but it kind of just sounds like it's being played in reverse. I mean, I know that obviously, like, can't be true. Or maybe it can be. But it just sounds, like, off, right? Which is obviously probably the intent. This place is fucking dark. Like when tracks are reversed, it captures the ominous vibes. Yeah, I'm curious if this is just like the menu song played in reverse, or if it's written to sound like it's being played in reverse. But yeah, the unnatural vibe of things being played, like, out of order definitely does fit the, like, ominous, like, what the fuck's going on vibes, for sure. I feel like reversed songs are also really good for, like, the killer is revealed moments in mystery games. That doesn't happen enough. Though I guess technically it has happened in this game. Probably have to keep walking over that so it, like, collapses, but I'd like to see what else might be up here for me? Probably a few more items we can get. Oh, never mind. I probably have to push that on the floor. Yeah, Somnium Files did that in the first game. I feel like I remember that. Like, the boss interrogation scene is where that song played for the first time, right? I do remember that moment being really cool. Yeah, I think I have to push that onto the wood that keeps creaking. But there's so much more to see. What's this saying? There is no healing of thy bruise. Thy wound is grievous. Bro, just use the stairs. Oh man, James sure does love jumping into holes. Guys, I have a great idea. I'm gonna jump on a pile of rusted tools. Ready? Uh-oh. The creepy music stopped, which means the game wants me to start hearing my surroundings again. James is the epitome of this might as well happen when faced with a smidgen of tragedy. James is definitely quite resigned to his fate for, like, everything that happens in this game. Hey, Dave. Wash yourselves. Make yourselves clean. Remove the evil of your deeds from my sight. It's like a little smiley face in that TV, though. That's cool. That's uplifting. God, it's so hard to see. Excuse me. Didn't I have one of these staircase? This bookcase opened, right? Originally? Oh, guess not anymore. What's my current... Was that my current playtime? 21 hours in this game? How many people do you think recognize this? I actually don't even think I recognize this. I mean, I know it's like a cassette player of some kind. What is that, a Walkman? No, Walkman was the CD player, right? You can play and record. But what are you recording on? Like, do you put that up to the radio and then record the songs that you're hearing? Those fucking mannequins, man. That one has cool glasses, though. Excuse me, can I borrow these? No? Okay. Record your own voice, mainly? Is like what? A memo? I've never done, like, voice... I never record voice memos. Like, I take notes in the Notes app on my phone, but I'm not, like, recording voice memos. You're a doctor, why you know fix cancer? Big complainer, this guy. Damn, fat ass. You cringe too much at your own voice. Yeah, I used to a lot as well. I imagine the quality would be so low on a cassette player, though, that you wouldn't even sound like yourself anymore. So it wouldn't sound cringe.
She will not be cured. All that suffering. I am no longer sure if it was of any use. If it meant anything at all. I can't say if this newfound understanding, if there's any wisdom to be had in all that happened. I suppose that's for you to learn, and I hope you will.
I assume that was Mary's doctor, like, telling James she's, like, terminal. It does seem like poor bedside manner to be like, hey, hey, sorry, all the suffering your wife is going through from her illness, it meant nothing. She's gonna die. Like, fuck, man, that's kind of a rough way to put it. Or maybe that was his own internal monologue. I see the fire hose. I guess that means this place burned down. You had a cassette player in grade school? I don't think I've ever handled a cassette. Personally. I don't think I've ever touched one. Okay, some of the times I don't understand what these, like, looking glass mechanics are for. Like, you could have, like, when we were in that room, we, like, looked through here, and it was like, you were looking at this elevator. I guess it's just for, I don't know. I guess it's just to, like, show the player where they need to go. Which is odd, because this doesn't seem like one of the parts of the game where I've been like, well, where do I go? The 3 locks on the box that turned out to be empty. What are you referring to, Philip? Oh, like in the hospital we opened that box and nothing happened? Was that supposed to symbolize something? The futility of it all? Very weird that, despite everything, James continues to persist. What are you doing, man? Pack it in. Anything over here? This game really loves, like, flooded bars. I think this is, like, the 3rd one we've been to. Actually, this is the same one from earlier. Well, I guess technically, though. Different. Caution piranhas. Are the glasses all sparkling because they're part of the puzzle, or is that just a lighting glitch? Hey, at least the light's on in this place. Dude, baked beans! Baked beans and butter cake. Sounds like an awful combination. What were they cooking in here, man? Some potatoes. Like living through the fucking World War II famine in here. So the ability to actually see half of the pickups in this game is like a setting that I enabled. I can't imagine playing through this game without that. Like, it would be so hard. We've gone a suspiciously long time without encountering an enemy. I'm gonna just be real. But I think it's very good, again, on the sound engineers for this game to keep adding, like, noises in the background as if other things are moving around. And, like, each of these rooms where we haven't encountered anybody, you definitely never feel like you're alone. Like, the sound design team for this game, like, just fucking killed it.
Mama?
That's me.
Mama! I was looking for you. You're the only one left. Maybe then I can finally rest. Mama. What's wrong?
Very stable.
Wait. You're not my mama. It's you.
Not the worst reaction to seeing James so far in this game.
I'm sorry, Angela. I think you were right. What we're looking for, it's not here. Not anymore.
Is that her dad mounted up on the wall?
Thank you for helping me earlier.
Has she been carrying him around?
I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserve what happened.
No, Angela, that is not true.
Don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me? Will you love me? Care for me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought.
I didn't say any of those things. I just said
James.
you didn't deserve what happened to you. Just like a normal thing to say.
Give me back the knife.
No, I won't.
Saving it for yourself. Have it your way. It doesn't change anything.
We're all remarkably calm about this building being on fire around us.
It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too? For me, it's always like this.
Oh, this is her building. Sometimes it's hard to tell, like, whose domain. She's explaining why she's burden removed by fire. I don't remember what... I mean, we can discuss it at the end, but I don't really know what she supposedly did to deserve being here. I guess it's killing her dad? I love how out of it James looks. I like how James looks like all the time. Like, I feel like they just really nailed his expressions. Oh, this is where the big hand monster dude was. And I had to scrap around without all my gear. I probably didn't need to do that. She looks like she was about dead anyway. Game usually only does that light filter effect when there's another enemy. But I didn't see anybody else. Good. Nailed it. 312 to be cleared out. No one's returning. Which was Mary's room. Right, that was where I came from. Lots of ominous hallways. Oh yeah, this is a graded floor, which means the fucking hand monster is about to come up on me. Even though I was pretty sure we killed him, like in a boss fight, then he came like right back. No radio static either for the last 3 mobs. Oh yeah, that's true. Hey, a bunch of save points. Oh, cool. This room is really safe then. I feel like the radio static just kind of like bugs out a lot in this game. For when, like, telling you when there's enemies nearby. I like that the game had a very subtle, like, hey, you should really save here. Hey! Hey, but seriously, You might not have been saving before, but you really should now. He just looks so out of it.
James!
Oh my god, hey.
Leave her alone. Leave us both the hell alone.
She's alive. I've got bad news, I'm saying.
I know what you are.
I know what you are.
I know why I needed you. But it's all over now. I don't need you anymore.
My bad news is we're still in this hill.
I'm ready.
I'm not. Oh, I dodged right into it. How did I just miss a point-blank shotgun shell? You mind telling me what's going on there, James? What is my aiming doing? Where are we? Why are we aiming at the ceiling, buddy? Man, I like readjust my mouse. I keep like instinctively aiming at his legs, and I don't know if that's the play. Because like I feel like the helmet surely protects him, right? Dude, how are those kneecaps holding up? Oh, come on. Oh. They have so much health, I feel like this is almost not what I'm supposed to be doing. Ow. Alright, so Okay. Is this now what I'm supposed to do? Alright, there we go. Jesus. Hey, Francisco. Me after the slightest inconvenience. That was my last bullet. I wonder if they're scripted to just survive until the last bullet. Pyramid Head looks small. I mean, he's pretty, like, big man-sized, I would say. Like, James is, like, 6'2", 6'3", and these guys are taller than him even when they're, like, slouched over like that. Take one of the heads, good protection, but then you couldn't see out of it. Clearly not a problem for them. Well, they do have some supernatural powers, I believe. Is there a difference in the doors? Is lack of common sense a superpower? James has it. I think so, yeah.
What do you want, James?
I still think the visual
Flowers?
of the Pyramid Heads just like killing themselves in front of James to traumatize him is really funny.
Just go home.
They're like, how else can we fuck this man up after we've been tormenting him for the last day? Like, non-stop.
I'm disgusting.
And he's seen all the horrors. Why don't we just fucking
Between the disease
kill
and
ourselves in
drugs,
front
I
of
look
him?
like a monster. Well, what are you looking at? Get the hell out of here. Leave me alone already.
That doesn't
I'm
sound
no
like
use to anyone.
a Mary that would write a letter.
Dead soon anyway. It'd be easier if they just killed me.
And then a light
But I
bulb went
guess
off
the
in James's
hospital's
head.
making a nice profit off of me. Why are you still here? I told you to go. Are you deaf? Don't come back. James. Wait. Please. Don't go. Don't leave me alone.
Jeez, make up your mind.
I didn't mean what I said. Please. Tell me I'll be okay. Tell me I'm not gonna die. Help me.
Oh, I thought the game crashed. I was like, no! We're so close to the end. Truly more horrifying than fighting two pyramid heads at the same time. Where are we now? Shape forces the mind. 26. Also, I forget who mentioned it earlier. Oh, Dave. That James looks away from the final save point. That is an interesting detail, considering he spends the entire game looking into the abyss. Can you check Mary's letter from the beginning of the game? You can, but I haven't. I have made a conscious effort not to. Why are we still getting ammo? I thought we killed Pyramid Head. Aren't we good? Right? Who could be a more fearsome foe than Pyramid Head? Man, hope you're not claustrophobic as you make your way up these. Who the fuck designed these stairs, man? Oh, I guess we are still in the prison. Right? A prison of our own making. Ourselves. Yeah, need a lot of ammo for the Shadow James fight. I am thou. Thou art I. I love that they kept this room the exact same. Definitely such like an early 2000s boss fight room.
I have missed you so much.
I've missed you too. We can finally be together. Forever.
No.
What a strange thing to ask at a time like this, Devin. No, I don't eat coleslaw.
Honey. What's wrong?
I'm sorry. I know you tried,
James, please.
but she's gone. I know that now.
The flags are there and
And
they're
I
red.
can't just keep pretending.
Shut up! What do you want?
Ooh, the subtitle
Do you
change.
even know anymore? I'm yours. I'm here for you. So what if I'm not her? I can give you what she never could. I can be better than her. What else do you want me to be? What else can I be? Hmm?
I am so sorry, Maria. I really am. But this has to stop. It's time to let it go.
No.
She looks way more like Maria now after she turned.
I won't let you do this to me.
Me when I tried to break up with my college girlfriend.
I won't let you go. I can't!
Fuck. It was her. Honestly, kind of hotter. Ow! Do you mind? Oh, Jesus, that scream. Oh my god, this is my first, game over in combat. Fuck. I got a little cocky there. I tried to skip using the health drink and just use the syringe. That was a mistake. Didn't have the time to just use the health drink. Yeah, did the same thing again. Where'd you go? Oh. Man. Mouse is drifting off screen again. Yeah, it's so hard to see. I wonder if I need to do something with the moss. No, I think she just pops down randomly. Ow! Yeah, you want to walk any slower, James? Quite the lunge. Oh. Damn. Do you mind, Maria? I'm locking in real quick. Yeah, the design's really cool. So I like that she still looks like pretty like normal in it,
James.
despite what's happening. She's just in her goth era.
James. James.
You talk to her?
James.
Hey, Neku.
James.
What happens if you don't?
James.
What?
James. James.
Goodbye.
Mary.
Hey, handsome.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. I told you. I wanted the pain to end.
Yeah. You did.
Mhm.
But that's not why I did it. The truth is, I hated you.
Did he forget that he hated her?
I wanted you out of the way. I wanted my life back.
If that's true, then why do you look so sad?
Mary.
It's okay, James. Here.
What is this?
It's what you've been looking for.
This fucking kid.
In my restless dreams, I see that town. Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday. But you never did. Well,
Did
I'm
Angela
alone
burn that
there
place
now,
down?
in our special place.
Now that I think about
Waiting
it.
for you
Is that why the hotel looks like
to
shit?
come and see me. But you never do. So, I wait.
This is
wrapped
considered
in
the
my
best ending, I
cocoon
think.
of
Yeah.
Pain and loneliness.
This is the one I remember.
I know. I've done a terrible thing to you. I wish I could change that, but I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it is. The doctor came today. Told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this could be my last chance. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home.
This is the best ending?
I
Yeah.
missed you so much.
It's not a happy game.
But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Every time you come to see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me. Maybe I just disgust you. I'm so sorry.
I'll go over some of the other endings I remember briefly, then we can discuss them
When I
all.
first learned I was gonna die, I couldn't accept it.
Or learn what
I
the
was so
requirements are for them.
Angry.
But I'll let
I
this play out
struck
first.
out at everyone I loved. Especially you. And that's why I understand if you hate me. But I want you to know, I will always love you. Even though our life together had to end like this, I still wouldn't trade it for the world. Well, this letter has gone on too long, so I'll say goodbye. I told the nurse to give this to you after I'm gone. Which means that as you're reading this, I'm already dead. But that's okay. I'm not afraid of it anymore. I just hope the pain will end soon. So that you remember me for who I was. And not what the disease made me. I want you to go on. I want you to live. For yourself. And for others. Like you did for me. James. You made me happy.
So real quick, I mean, we'll go into the details of the other endings, but 12 hours to answer your question as to why this is the best ending. This is the one where James kind of, like, moves on past what happened. The other endings, James kills himself, and the other one is that he accepts Maria and then, like, gives in to Silent Hill and never leaves. And he's just wrapped in the kind of, like, a damnation of Silent Hill for the rest of eternity. So, not a lot of happy endings for this game. Alright, we'll still go in, like, after the credits play. We'll look up all the other endings. This is a good song. But usually during the credits of all my playthroughs, of course, I go through what are all my thoughts of the game and my review. I usually try to get the negative out of the way first before I go on to all the things I liked about the game. So, in terms of things that I wasn't really a huge fan of, the first has got to be, I think the weakest part of the game anyway is the lack of enemy variety. I don't know where the decision along the way came to, like, kind of cut a lot of the enemies from the original. But, like, there's just, like, a painfully low variety of enemies in this game. And it gets, like, kind of repetitive to start fighting all of them. Especially because this game is a lot longer than the original. I feel like the lack of enemy variety is much more felt. Hey, what's up, son? Welcome. We're still gonna watch all the other endings. You just missed the first one. First one of 8. But yeah, like the original game, we noted on the last stream, like, there were dog enemies as well that played a little bit differently. And all of the enemies in this felt, like, very samey. Even, like, the variety that they had, like, is still very lacking. Like, the guys in the straitjackets still try to run up and smack you, like, with their head. And, like, they spit on you, but they really only spit on you if they're, like, in melee range anyway. So that doesn't really happen, so that you end up having to, like, bull rush them and fight them close quarters anyway. The nurses also play the same as well. they run up to you just like the guys in the straitjacket do, and then they try to hit you. And then the mannequin enemies, which, while they cleverly hide sometimes, also just try and run up and hit you. And, like, they hide a little bit, but, like, as soon as they're exposed, like, their gameplay becomes the same as any other enemy. And the spider mannequins, which it looked the exact same as the regular mannequins. I felt they should have looked more spider-like, first of all. But two, because, like, that would have been creepy, right? Like, spider-like enemies, although I guess it wouldn't fit the illusions of, like, how all of the enemies are supposed to be, like, part of James's psychoses. But, they played the same as well. So, like, the enemy variety was super lacking, which made the game feel, like, a little bit more repetitive. Especially with the fact that, to tie into my other major complaint, the game feels too long. And I know that I took, like, the slow route through the game, but the lack of enemy variety compared with how long the game was is just a bit... It made it feel like a little drawn out. Hey, Taku, welcome back. I got the Mary's letter ending. You got the ending where James killed himself. They still seem to be in the fog world. Maybe it's sadder than it pretends to be. I think it is a little bit sadder as well. But still. But they didn't cut enemies from the original? Are you sure? No dogs, that was Silent Hill 1. I feel like the dogs were still in Silent Hill 2 as well. Hang on, I'm gonna look this up. I feel like we looked this up previous stream. There doesn't see any monsters though, so she definitely can't be in the other world. No, the wiki shows that the dogs are in Silent Hill 2 as well. So unless the... the wiki's wrong. Oh, I guess it's just referring to the dog ending, though. Well, still. Okay. I mean, either way, I would still say, like, I guess if the dogs weren't cut, they should have been added in. Some new kind of enemy should have been added in. I don't know. Add in a fucking pole dancer enemy that, like, stands and spins in a circle, and you gotta, like, interrupt their spinning on the pole. I don't know. But the game, for how long the game was, there can't just be 3 enemies that all fight you the same way. Alright? I'll leave it at that then. That I was wrong about the dog being in the game, but, like, guy in straitjacket who tries to headbutt you, crawling nurse who tries to headbutt you, and mannequin who tries to hit you with its legs. Like, I mean, they all play the same. So, like, that would, these stats are really funny. Okay, no, the ending is called, Leave. So you do leave, then. The ending I got. So you do leave Silent Hill. Okay, because it's not called Mary's Letter anymore, it's called Leave. Hilarious, by the way, the number of times tried to open locked doors, 394. That's funny. Number of chimes checked the map, I feel called out, 491. Consumables picked up, though, 410. I was pretty good about that. checked the map more times than I picked things up, though. Those are funny stats. That reminded me of the stat screen in Slender the Arrival that counted how many times you tried to pause in reaction to Slenderman. That is like one of the all-time greatest stat tracks. I think fans would complain if they added enemies. Look, Silent Hill fans were gonna fucking complain about anything. Let's be real, Francisco. The whole everything reflects James's mindset. I mean, I feel like you could still be a little bit more creative with, like... I know a lot of the enemies in this are supposed to be about, like, James's sexuality and his, like, feelings for his wife. I feel like you could come up with some other enemies that would fit that as well. Because, I mean, like, even if you think about it, like, the enemies in the straitjacket, like, aren't overtly sexual either. Like, I don't know. That feels like an excuse. But, I mean, I would also say that it's on the creatives of the game to come up with something that doesn't feel as repetitive. Like, by the end of the game, like, gameplay-wise, like, I liked the game, but, like, around the, like, halfway point, I was starting to feel like, alright, we can wrap this up now, you know? And, like, I feel like that's a really bad thing to have, especially in a horror game. Because things, to me, anyway, and I feel like this is true for a lot of people, like, things are only as scary for as long as they remain unknown. The more you encounter things, you get used to them, you grow that tolerance, they stop being scary. So at about the halfway point of the game, the only tension I was feeling was no longer because of I was scared of enemies, but it was because I was like, I'm gonna get a fucking game over if this guy, like, jumps me. And so, like, fear and, like, tension because of, like, the unknown is, like, out the window because you already recognize every enemy right away. You know, like, what triggers to check. I mean, you guys could also see, like, about halfway through the game, I was pretty much nailing where every mannequin would spawn. I'd enter a room and be like, oh, there, he's gonna be hidden behind this corner. Like, you shouldn't let the player get that comfortable. Like, with your enemies, especially in a horror game like this. So it just felt like it was becoming too long for the enemy variety. Like, they wanted to, like, have their cake and eat it too, where they were like, let's increase the length of the game, let's add more puzzles, let's add more rooms and scenarios. But let's not fill these rooms with new things. And so, like, that started to get really redundant. Like I said, I mean, I like the game, but yeah, like, I mean, halfway through I was like, okay, are we done? And, like, because, I mean, the game is exhausting to play because you are tense, because you could get, like, a game over at any moment, because a lot of these enemies can jump you and kill you, because it's not like James is a fighter. And so it's just hard to keep playing through. Like, this is probably the most streams I've ever done for a game that's only 20 hours. Like, this would normally be a game I could beat in a weekend, but it took me 2. It's just a lot to, like, go through. So those are probably my big complaints. Lack of enemy variety. And that it's too long. And I know the game being too long is, like, kind of a weird complaint, but it's just, it makes you stop feeling like some of the things that, like, a horror game should stop making you feel, right? Like, you should be scared, you should be nervous, you should be anxious. And a 20-hour horror game can't really keep those emotions anymore. So you're kind of losing the plot. Like, the original Silent Hill 2, like, in the original one, like, it's much faster. You can beat it in, like, 6 to 8 hours. And so you're scared the whole time. Nothing really overstays its welcome. Everything is around James just long enough to be freaky, and that's it. In fact, I'd almost go as far as to say maybe the solution you could do is have, and I normally hate reoccurring boss fights, I feel like the Pyramid Head engagements have to be like more antagonistic. They do a lot of like cool like sightseeing things with Pyramid Head in this game, where like you can see him and the player's supposed to be like, oh my god, there's Pyramid Head, right? Like underneath the prison when he's like kind of stalking you, and you go down the stairs and then you can see Pyramid Head was following you the whole time. Like that is a cool like fan servicey moment, but it does feel like he should engage you a bit more, just to try and spice up the variety. Like the first time he has a boss fight and it's new to the remake, you can just ignore him the entire time. You don't have to fight him. Like you can just run in a circle of the room. In fact, when like their winning strategy when I beat him in the first time was I literally didn't fight him. I just ran in the room and I didn't even look at him. And then like he couldn't keep up with me. So yeah, like turn Pyramid Head into Nemesis from Resident Evil, right? Yeah, I think that'd be fine. Like, Resident Evil took so much from Silent Hill. I feel like it's fine for Silent Hill to turn around and be like, hey, you know what? You got some good ideas, too. We're gonna take those back. So yeah, Pyramid Head kind of always stalking you, like, letting it be so you couldn't be relaxed, would probably be good. Like, knowing that he could be coming. Though you'd have to balance that out because this game has more puzzles to solve than Resident Evil. So there would have to be moments where you'd have to be safe from Pyramid Head. So I think specific boss arenas for Pyramid Head would be better. Where you just had to fight him. And I get that would kind of make him less scary, but like, I feel like the fan servicey sightseeing moments of Pyramid Head also kind of make him less scary in this game anyway, because you see him enough. And like we all know who Pyramid Head is now at this point, so he is kind of more of like a cool mascot character at this point. So he's not like super scary anymore. So I think that would have been a good way to like, if we really didn't want to make new enemies for the game, like just give Pyramid Head like another boss fight or two. And I hear what you're saying, Philip, that the stay in the hospital and prison are longer than you'd like, because that's how they would normally feel in real life. I guess there's merit to that, but I just felt like they were just so long. Like, the apartment complex area was really long as well. Like, we were in the apartments for a really long fucking time. Like, that clock hand puzzle took forever. You could have beaten the original Silent Hill 2 in the time frame that it took to do that, like, clock hand puzzle in this game. So yeah, those would be my biggest complaints. That I felt like a lot of areas overstayed their welcome, and that there wasn't a lot of enemy variety. Yeah. But as for the things I liked, I mean, I liked a lot about the game. When in the early half of the game, I did feel like it was very tense and scary, and that, like, you know, like, what enemy are we going to encounter here? There was a lot of good tension early on in the game. Whoever worked on the sound design of this game fucking did really good. All the sound effects are really good. There's, like, the eerie songs always worked. I feel like they kept the Silent Hill, like, that, like, metal clashing, grinding music, and, like, scary moments. The game was also very good about not doing, having the patience to let there be silence. I feel like a lot of horror games now like to have, like, games or music just playing all the time, and it's nice to, like, they let you sit and stew in your own tension by cutting the music and letting you hear the sounds of things moving in the background and the wind blowing and things falling over. Like, that's really good. So the sound design, fantastic in this game. Between the music and, like, the sound effects and things and the little, like, monster noises, all very good. I just noticed ending clear 1 of 8. Oh yeah, there's 8 total endings. Imagine, having to play through this fucking game 8 times with the increased length. the additional endings gave replayability to the original Silent Hill 2 because the game was really short. You could beat it in like 2 sittings. I can't imagine playing through this like multiple times. This one's too long for that. It doesn't need the multiple ending replayability. You just did a search in YouTube and a playthrough of the original game is 4.5 hours and the remake is 10.5 hours. Yeah. Like, it's like, it's easily more than double the length of the original game. And I noted that at like multiple points, like halfway through the playthrough. I was like, God, come on. Like, even more action-focused horror games like Dead Space are not 20 hours long. And that game is more action-focused, where you don't need to feel as tense because you have a full arsenal. Like Resident Evil 4 is not this long. And you've got a full arsenal. Like, you're playing as an ass-kicking hero, action hero protagonist. James Sunderland is not that, so having him go through a fucking massive gauntlet like that's this long seems a little bit egregious, because your movesets are relegated to I have a pistol and a shotgun and I can kind of do a shimmy. Like, you know, James Sunderland isn't doing like backflip drop kicks, like sniper headshots, jumping off walls. Not doing like, we're not doing Isaac Clarke like jetpacks and curb stomps and sawing things in half and stabbing them with their own arms. Like, that's not happening in this game. So I just don't think it needed to be that long. Which again, I know is like a kind of weird complaint to be like, oh, there's too much, but there is too much of a good thing. Okay, but back on the things I really liked. Obviously, like I said, all the sound design was great. The animation, like the motion capture for this game and the graphics, phenomenal. Like, I really felt like you could just kind of feel all the emotion in James every time. And James's voice actor was an incredible improvement over the original. Like, everyone in the original game, it really sounded like campy. Like, it was back when they really couldn't do, like, English dubs, like, for anime, you know, it was the same thing, because this game was, you know, originally a Japanese-developed game, and so they had, like, that early 2000s, like, really crappy English dub in the original, where everyone was just kind of, like, very clearly reading the script. They got hired, like, same day that they were supposed to be in the fucking booth to record the audio. Like, everything's just kind of awkward. I mean, the original James actor was, like, okay, but, like, Mary, Angela, Eddie all sounded like goofy as fuck in the original. They all have a much better performance in this game. They all sound like real actors. They actually give a compelling performance. Every time Angela's on screen, you're kind of like, what the fuck is going on? Like, she's just clearly unstable, and it's portrayed very well. And same with James. Like, you can feel and hear the guilt in his voice, the confusion, the desperation. His actor does great. The mocap that they did for him was really good, because, like, I mean, even you could see, like, the ending cutscenes, I pointed it out, like, his, like, recognition of what happened, finally, once the memories come back, like, his voice actor's, like, and, like, that mocap moment where he's like, oh, fuck, like, that was just really good. It looked great. The only character that looked rough graphically, which we kind of touched on at the beginning of the stream, was Laura, the little girl. But kids always look weird in games, because with motion capture, like, the characters need to look and be similar to their graphic model, and it's just very clear that they didn't have, like, a child actress for Laura. And so they, like her animation just looks like kind of Uncanny Valley. At least that's my assumption. Maybe it was a child actress, but it's just off. Like, they just couldn't animate her as well. And I feel like because she's a smaller character model, I feel like there's always just something off about kids in games, unless, like, the whole game has, like, multiple kids in it. They always look kind of weird in games. And you know what? Fuck them kids anyway. Kids always look weird. But yeah, graphically, this game looks fantastic. The sound design's fantastic. Gameplay, the gameplay of this game was like also such an improvement. The combat is way better than the original. I'm also not a fan of like I know like a lot of classic horror fans are really big fans of like the fixed camera angle and the like tank controls. I hate them. I hate them. I don't feel like more scared when I'm using them. I just feel frustrated when I'm like, hey, I want James to go here, and he fucking spins around and walks into a wall. I want to smash my controller into pieces. So the more fluid over-the-shoulder controls, I think it still fits really well. I know a lot of people were originally nervous about that when the game was first announced, but I think it played out fine. It made combat more fun. And, like, James is still, like, a little bit more sluggish. Like, his little shimmies when you dodge and stuff aren't, like, ridiculously overpowered, right? Like, he's not doing combat rolls like a Leon or an Isaac Clarke. But, you know, it gives you a little bit of back and forth and a little bit of maneuvering that you have to, like, precisely time things. So, yeah, gameplay-wise, felt much stronger than the original as well. Most, I would say 90% of the puzzles were really interesting and fun. There were like a couple towards the end, which, I mean, I get it. The puzzles have to start ramping up in difficulty as the game goes, but there were a couple where I was kind of like looking at them like, what the fuck am I supposed to do? And like, I felt like could have been made a little bit more clear. But other than that, most of the puzzles were fun. Evie Templeton, the actress of Laura in the game, is also portraying her in the Return to Silent Hill movie. Is that like a new movie coming out? Oh, there's more stats. Okay. Total enemies killed, 354. See, like, that's so many games. Like, there's no way... There could have been even half that many enemies in the original Silent Hill 2. I killed 354 enemies. Enemies killed by shooting, 149. Enemies killed by fighting, 205. I feel like that's inflated by the fact that I killed a bunch of those bugs. Because it says my favorite weapon is the steel pipe, and I don't believe that. I feel like it was very much so the pistol, but, well, I guess I killed a lot of the bugs with the steel pipe. That probably inflated that number. And there were a lot of enemies where I'd hit them with the shotgun, and then they would get knocked back because the shotgun's stopping power, and then I would, like, finish them off with the steel pipe. So I feel like that inflates it a little bit. Number of shots fired, 859. Number of windows destroyed, that's funny, 115. Number of healing items used, 94. Times died, 3. I'm pretty proud of that number. I feel like that's a pretty good number. We died twice during the first Pyramid Head fight, where I, like, didn't know what to do. Like, I thought you had to fight him, but you actually had to just survive in the room with him. So I died twice in the first Pyramid Head encounter because I tried to fight him, and you actually couldn't kill him. It was just a survival. Like, you had to survive in the room with him for, like, 5 minutes. So those were my first 2 deaths. And then I didn't die for the rest of the game until the Maria boss fight at the end. Because I got a little cocky because I had been doing so well in the game. So that was my second real death. So not a bad number there. I feel like that's a pretty good stat. Less than 5 deaths in a horror game? We take those. The number of dodges performed. I feel like this isn't as good of a stat. Like, I don't want to know how many dodges I performed. I want to know how many dodges were successful. Like, how many times did I successfully dodge an enemy attack? That's what I want to know. These are cool stats, though. The number of chimes checked the map is really funny. You've gained New Game Plus, where you can play with access to additional items, graphical modes, and endings. Oh, they do the thing I love when video games do this. When you beat the game, and it changes the menu screen. What are the additional graphics I unlocked, though? What does it mean by that? Okay, this was one thing that I turned on that, like, isn't on by default. It's the graphic mode filters. Okay, I'll check that out. But, so by default, this is just off. Like, I turned this on before the stream. This would make the game, like, 100% harder. And I kept this at medium. But, like, you could just make this, like, not noticeable. Like, obviously I didn't use huge, but... Not having this on would, like, the game would be so fucking hard. Can't imagine playing this with that turned off. I'd be grinding up walls looking for ammo the entire game. Yeah, I know. Like, it would be insane. Oh, okay, here's all the different graphic settings. So this is 90s. So originally, I mean, yeah, you're right, Francisco. Having the option's cool. And I think playing on hard would be cool to try it out without that option. I'm glad I turned it on. And I think, again, the option is cool. I'll never say this is dumb. Like, I didn't feel like I was saying that it was dumb that you could get rid of the interactive icon. I'm just saying that I think it would be really fucking hard without it. But it is a cool option. Like, especially if you wanted to, like, make, like, the game a lot longer. That would be cool. Okay, so for the graphic mode, like, default and the 90s filter options were the ones available to us at the beginning. Now I see that there's a whole bunch more. What are the other ones? There's a pixelated option. The first Pyramid Head fight can have 3 outcomes. Denied, no damage. Okay, so that's what I did. +1 leave. Default and forced, max damage. Chainsaw? What the fuck was that? Okay, so this pixelated thing, or filter setting, this must be kind of what it looked like in the original. Black and white. Black and white versus red. Kind of lame. VHS is a funny filter. Old CRT, that's cool. Outline and posterize. Oh, there's a New Game Plus weapon? Green LUT. They gave it the Xbox 360 PS3 filter. Let's go. Red Dithering. Holy shit, what? This would be... I'd feel sick playing this by the end. I do. I have an affinity for the green LUT Xbox 360 PS3 piss filter. I like that. You're playing a Silent Hill 2 remake on the Virtual Boy. Alright, hang on. I kind of want to see what it looks like with the red dithering. Real fast. Does it make the cutscenes look like that too? And then we'll check out real fast, or then we'll go to... We don't have to check out anything real fast, but we can check out the other endings and stuff. Oh my god, you, like, can't fucking see anything. What? You can't see anything. This is like a cool idea, but I don't know how you could do a playthrough like this. Your eyes would hurt so bad after playing this. Probably outside the bathroom you can see, but think about how much of the game is like inside dark corridors where you can barely see. What's happening? We're playing on the red dithering graphical filter, which you unlocked for beating the game.
Could you really be in this town?
Like, there were so many rooms at the end of the game where we literally couldn't see. And I can only imagine entering those. Oh my god. My eyes hurt already. What's happening? What?
In my restless dreams.
This is just, yeah,
I
so this
see
is the
that
virtual
town.
boy, I guess? The whole town's a
Silent
save
Hill.
point? Oh, do you think the
You
save points
promised
are
you'd
in
take me
black?
there again someday. But you never did.
This is gonna, like, burn
Well,
into my retinas.
I'm alone there now. In our special place. Waiting for you.
What would be the reasoning for this graphical setting? Not in the game. I just mean, like, in real life. Like, how did this come to be? Did they, like, intentionally design the virtual boy like
I
this?
got a letter.
The game's so red, you can see the
Mary.
it, like, reflecting on my face.
My wife's name.
It's, like, fucking up my green screen, actually, if you look, because it's turning my green screen red.
Couldn't possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then why am I looking for her? Our special place. What could she mean?
And does the
This
game
whole
ever
town
kind
is
of
a
establish
special
that he,
place.
like... I guess he just kind of, like, blocks that out,
Could Mary
that he
really
kills
be
Mary.
Is she really alive?
I guess it's also kind of open to interpretation that he kills
Waiting for
Mary,
me.
right? Because in the Leave Silent Hill ending, he kind of rejects the idea that he killed her. I do kind of like that a lot of the stuff of the game is kind of up to interpretation. Alright, I want to see what Angela looks in this graphical setting. And then we'll... Oh my god, so red. We're not going to play the whole thing like this, but I just want to see what the cutscene with Angela looks like. They definitely stated he killed her. They made the background of the inventory screen a slowed, blurry version of the OG game's video clip of Mary's death. Oh, really? I'm not looking at the screen anymore. Hang on, just 1 second. Just 1 second. I just want to see Angela. The letter kind of implies that she's gonna, like, go die alone. Right? In the good ending? Where she's like, the doctor says she's terminal, and she's kind of like, I don't even know if you want to see me anymore. Yeah, you can, like, not see the save point. That's funny. Oh, also, hang on. I never looked at the letter. A photo from when she was still healthy. Yeah, I didn't look at this the entire game. Which I think is part of why I could get the good ending, because I think we were talking at the beginning of the playthrough that looking at that letter like locks you out of the good ending. That's why I wasn't reading it earlier.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I was just.
This looks so bad.
I didn't mean to scare you.
I wonder if there's a challenge run. Like, surely there's some guy on YouTube who's like, I beat Silent Hill 2 with the red dithering it filter.
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one
Yeah, it's
road
the
to
fog that
this
makes
side.
it hard to see.
Thanks.
But I think you should stay away. This town, there's something wrong with it. And it's not
It's
just
like
the
bleeding
fog either.
everywhere.
Is it dangerous?
Yeah, we talked about that. So there's it's one of the things of why I think, or why I mentioned in
Kinda
some of the
hard to
earlier
explain.
streams, that it's very clear that the Blooper team was very like passionate
Not
about
lying.
it,
No, I
Um,
believe you. It's just
or more passionate about Silent Hill 2, because
Guess
they
I
even
don't
looked
really
into like
care if
very
it's
cool
dangerous or
fan
not.
theories. So there was a fan theory for the original Silent Hill 2
But why?
that
I'm looking for
in James's car
someone.
is Mary's dead body.
Someone very important to me.
Like, he's got her body in the back seat. And so for the remake, and like in the original,
mother?
you couldn't like really
been so
tell
long
because
since
like
I've seen
graphical
her.
fidelity was significantly lower 20 years ago. But in the remake, Blooper Team went and they added like there's like a lump under a blanket in the back seat of his car, which you can kind of see. Obviously, you couldn't see it with this graphical filter I'm using, but
I'm sorry.
they went
it's
and
not-
added that into
No.
the remake, where if you look
I
in
hope
James's
you're
car, you can see like a lump
You
in
too.
the back seat, which is implied to be a reference to the like James is driving around Mary's dead body because he's like coping so hard. Okay, get me out of here. Oh, the main menu keeps that filter. That's funny. Alright, the other thing I want to see is the old... I want to check this filter out real fast. The classic Xbox 360 PS3 filter. I want to see what that looks like. And then I also kind of want to see the outline filter. Oh, this is so nostalgic. This is absolutely that Xbox 360 PS3 era. Like how everything just looks like grayish green brown for no fucking reason. Why did they do that? Like every game did that after Gears of War. This looks really good. It does. I don't know why they did it, but it does fit the like scary thing, and I think it was because every game in the Xbox 360 PS3 era tried to be very serious, so they added this filter so it looked more cinematic. But I think it really does actually fit the tone of this game very well. Don't without the stupid dog hat on, anyway.
Mary. Could you really be in this town?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, this filter does actually look really good, man. And I know part of it is actually part of my nostalgia for this filter, because I kind of like grew up playing games from this era. But I think he gives it the right edge of like
I see that town.
edgy.
Silent Hill.
The
promised you'd
Silent
take
Hill
me there
2
again
collection,
someday.
like the original HD
But you
remaster
never did.
that came out this era,
Well, I'm
um,
alone there now,
I think
in
had
your
this kind of
special
filter, but
place.
it also looked like shit, so.
waiting for you.
Can you even buy that HD collection anymore?
I got a letter.
The one where like the cover of the game is like
The name
Mary's
on the
face in
envelope
black and
said
white.
Mary,
It was like people hated it.
my wife's name. It's ridiculous.
Like, people really
Couldn't
hated it.
possibly be true. That's what I keep telling myself. Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then why am I looking for her? Our special place.
Only thing good about the
Look,
HD collection is the box art. Well, because it removed the
This whole town is our
fog.
special place.
Because emulate. So I
Mary
mean, as
had to be
everyone
here.
knows, like the fog effects of Silent Hill
Is she really alive?
originally came about because of graphical
Waiting
limitations.
for me.
So when emulating Silent Hill 2, because that's what the HD collections were, was just emulation. When you emulate Silent Hill 2 and 3, it removes, like the fog, because it doesn't need, like, the fog is set by the game's limitation for, your field of view. So, like, when the game can't render your field of view, like once it's too far out at a set distance, that's when the fog would happen in the original game. Obviously in this game it's like very intentionally placed there, but in the original it was a filter that the game put up to like not immediately fucking crash based on James's and the player's field of view. And so when you emulate it with higher hardware that like can perform better, the fog goes way the fuck out, like because your field of view, like an Xbox 360 and a PS3 can handle like twice as high of a field of view as the original games could. And so because of that, like it almost completely removes the fog. Which of course is like the whole thing for Silent Hill. And which is why it, like Silent Hill is a difficult game to emulate, because most of the time when you emulate it, there's mods that fix this, obviously, like mod the fog back in, but like most of the time, like default emulation of Silent Hill 2 like just removes the fog. This filter looks really good, man. I mean, I know this wouldn't really be acceptable in a modern game, so I think it's really cool that it's an unlockable. I like this. I like it a lot. I feel like it gives a nice, like, I don't know, feeling of eeriness to it. But it does saturate a lot of the colors, obviously. But like if I were to replay the game, I would use this graphical setting. Even the fog is kind of green. You can definitely see where it struggled in this era, where it kind of makes everything look dirty.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I was just...
Hey, it's okay. I didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Lost?
Yeah, I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
But I do
yeah.
like it a lot.
It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss
And
it.
then we'll check out then we can start seeing what
Thanks.
the endings are. I assume, like, is there a wiki page that lists all the endings
I think you should stay away. This...
for the remake? There's obviously going to be
this
YouTube
town,
videos, but
there's
I'm wondering if there's, like,
something
a guide
wrong with it?
where you can read the
And
different
it's
endings.
not just the fog, either.
Is it dangerous?
Maybe.
Also, I feel like this scene, like, so clearly tells you what a fucking
Kind
sociopath
of hard to
James is,
explain.
because there's a woman in a graveyard alone,
lying.
and he walks up and, like, grabs her shoulder. Are you nuts? What would ever
Doesn't
possess
really
you to
care if
do
it's
that
dangerous or not.
to somebody?
I'm going either way.
But why?
I'm looking for
Hey, how you doing?
someone. Someone very important to me.
God, that looks so funny.
I'm looking for my mama. I mean, my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her.
This dog. Are there other hats you can
thought-
unlock, or is it just Pyramid Head?
My father
and the
and
dog
mother
hat.
were here, but I can't find them either. I'm sorry. It's
With
not
the
your
dog
fault.
hat on, it feels more like Dead Rising than Silent Hill.
I hope you find them.
Yeah, you too.
And then one last one to look at. I want to look at the Ooh, yeah, the main menu looks good like this. James on his way to a sports team mascot audition before killing his wife. Oh, this does not look as cool as I thought it would. This is the Lethal Company filter. No, this looks like shit. This looks like shit. You like can't even see the reflection anymore. This is not good. What's this supposed to emulate, I guess? Other than Lethal Company, that's really all I can think of.
Mary. Could you really be in this town?
Unlikely. This looks so bad. Borderlands. I guess it looks like Borderlands 1, I suppose. Borderlands 2 looked much better. And although you can clearly see Mary's body in the car now. With this outline. Because it outlines the blanket. No, I don't like this. Not even like, oh, I don't like this, like, it's scary. Like, I don't feel like this would be a good filter to play with. Everything looks, like, blown out. Also, agree with Final Fighter. Where are all the alternate costumes for James, too? Beating the game should get you, like, James is a slutty nurse. Reminds you of Spider-Man Shattered Dimensions. I wish you could change the filters in-game, can you? Or like, I think you can only do it at the main menu. Oh no, you can. They got delisted. Shattered Dimensions? Yeah, I think Shattered Dimensions license ran out. We aren't about to baby girl the wife killer.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. I was.
What's 90s about this
It's okay. I
filter?
didn't mean to scare you. I'm kind of lost.
Just that everything is like grayer?
Yeah, I'm looking for Silent Hill. Is this the right way?
Yeah. It's hard to see with this fog, but there's only the one road. You can't miss it.
Thanks.
I mean, I guess I was born in the 90s, so I don't remember what things looked like, but I don't get a 90s vibe from this. I just get like a...
This,
It's supposed to be more cinematic
this town,
vibe from
there's
it.
something wrong with it. And it's not just the fog either.
Remember when Angela was like kind of normal,
Is
like
it
when she was holding
dangerous?
it together?
Maybe. It's kind of hard to explain, but
I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
No, I believe you. It's just... I guess I don't really care if it's dangerous or not. I'm going either way.
But why?
I'm looking for...
You can get mods for Butt Naked James? Oh, nice.
someone very...
The modding community never misses.
Me too. I'm looking for my mama. I mean, my mother. It's been so long since I've seen her. I thought my father and brother were here, but I can't find them either.
Is the implication... So, what does Angela do to get
I'm sorry, it's not
sentenced to
your
Silent Hill?
No,
Does she kill her
I
whole
hope-
family
Yeah, you too.
with that knife? Is that it? I feel like Angela's story goes kind of unresolved. I mean, I guess she walks into the fire at the end. She killed her father and brother. But, like, the father deserved it, right? And same with the brother? Like, how does that make her end up in Silent Hill? This filter's kind of funny. This is the PlayStation 1 filter. He looked up Angela on the wiki. There's a note saying Masahiro did confirm she died, but he forgot how. Good. I also feel like I remember one of his comments was about how he wished he didn't design Pyramid Head. In the last interaction, Angela asks for the knife. Yeah, but James doesn't give the knife back to her, though. But there is a lot of cool, like, symbolism in this game, so I definitely would like to, read up on it a little bit on stream here, too. I just want to check out the filters, and then we can check out, like, the wiki and how to get some of the endings and stuff. This looks like my Switch. Honestly, it doesn't even look like an old CRTV. That's just the average Nintendo Switch experience. Nora being stabbed in the throat. I think Angela was the only abuser. Ooh. Now make it run at 5 frames. So you were saying in this, this menu is a slowed down clip of the original version of James killing his wife. Just super blurred. That's kind of funny if true. It's very clear that her father assaulted her. Meanwhile, like 2 seconds ago, we were just like, unclear if she was the abuser or not. Panini, Panini projection? What the fuck? High contrast mode. Is this just for colorblind? This would be a way to play the game. Oh my god, this looks so weird. I assume this is a colorblind mode thing. They have no irises, though. Alright, let us now. Should I look up, let's look up how to get the different endings, yeah? James suddenly had turned entirely purple. What could this represent for his character? Yeah. It means his curtains were blue or something. Alright. It represents that he's the man behind the slaughter. Alright. Let's see. Let's get some. Alright. How to get all endings Silent Hill 2 remake. Is there a good summary of this? Alright, cool. Hang on. He is the man behind the slaughter of his wife, true. Alright. Alright, here are all the Silent Hill 2 endings explained in a list of spoiler-free guides to get the original and new endings in the remake. I'll also teach you how to speedrun the endings as quickly as possible, as well as explain to get the best ending. Should we let's get some Silent Hill 2 remake. Silent Hill Kendrick Lamar? What? What is up with my... There we go. Okay. Is the music too loud? All right. Original endings. Endings to Silent Hill 2 Remake follow a hidden point system within the game that tracks how close you are to achieving any of the 8 endings. Following these requirements will set you on a path to unlock your desired ending. Okay, so I got the Leave ending. How the fuck did I get the Leave ending? Hang on, wait. I want to just pause the music just to look at this. How did I get the Leave ending? Is it just solely because I didn't die a lot? Wait, actually, how did I do this? Always keep health up. Okay, I did that. I always had like high health. I didn't really take too much damage. Examine Mary's photo and letter a lot. I didn't look at them once. Avoid inspecting Angela's knife. Okay, I never looked at Angela's knife. Don't check on Maria in the hospital or the labyrinth. I checked on her in both of those places. Huh? Okay, for the Maria ending, don't examine Maria's photo and letter. Okay. I didn't do that. Don't inspect Angela's knife. I didn't do that. Avoid hitting Maria. I never once hit Maria. I feel like I stayed close to Maria. If Maria calls for you, approach her. Follow all of Maria's wants. Check on Maria in the hospital. Okay, I did that. I actually actively tried to get the Maria ending. Interesting. I like totally missed this, but I thought I did it, but I guess there was like some Maria's wants that I missed or something. Don't examine Maria's photo and letter for the in-water ending, the ending where James kills himself. Always investigate Angela's knife. I never did. Keep your health at red for extended times. Is this the ending you got, Final Fighter? Where the nurse is bullying you? And then don't check on Maria. Rebirth. Get the Crimson Ceremony book in the cemetery at the start of the game. Look for the tomb with an eye. Okay, so these are new endings. I like the abstract methods of getting new endings. So this is something that I miss from modern games. A lot of games from this generation, like the PS2, GameCube, Xbox era, used to have like bizarre ways to get endings because games were shorter, so like multiple and like endings and different routes and stuff were like, this used to be a very common thing because games wanted to have a lot of replayability. So this kind of stuff used to be very common, and I miss these obscure things. 12 hours, like you're saying, it's new to you, and it's unfortunate that it's new because I miss games doing stuff like this for like cool ending routes. Of like, oh yeah, you have to do this fucking random ass thing. Like, a lot of horror games, especially mystery games like this, used to do it a lot. But yeah, like, yeah, it's most games nowadays, ever since like the generation of Your Choice Matters games, which is cool. But like since that era, the PS3 era of like Your Choice Matters and like choice-based systems, like endings for pretty much forever have leaned more into player choice. And I like this kind of shit. Like, I ended up doing so well. It's funny to me. Like, I think that like I ended up doing so well in the combat. Not to pat myself on the back or anything, but I did so well in combat that my health was always so high that I stumbled into getting the leave ending, despite the fact that I did all of the Maria things. And looks like the Maria route kind of wants you to like take damage a couple times. Because you're protecting Maria, so like if you're protecting her, you would take damage on her behalf, I guess. So like I ended up doing so well at the game. I just got the leave ending, which is funny. Okay, Rebirth. Get the Crimson Ceremony book in the cemetery at the start of the game. Get the White Prism. Get the Obsidian Goblet. Get the Lost Memories book. Clear the game after getting these 4 items from different locations. Get the broken key part paw at the pet center. Get the broken key part bone. to get the dog key and then open the door to the observation room. I knew the observation room had something to do with that ending. I agree, 12 hours. The Rebirth ending is more like modern gaming. Get all the collectibles, get an ending is way more like modern games. Guess which one is the new... Guess which ending is the new remake ending? Oh, wait, no, it's not. This was an original ending. Interesting. Okay, never mind. And then the UFO is get the blue gem from the jeweler's store north of Big J's, and then use the gem at like a couple different locations. There's 6 endings derived from the original Silent Hill 2 game, 3 of which can be obtained while playing through a new game. Okay, so Rebirth, Dog, and UFO are exclusive to New Game Plus. Are these new endings also New Game Plus? They are, yeah. One of the biggest differences between the remake and the original game is the addition of 2 new endings. Stillness. So you have to get the in-water ending to do this. Get the Key of Sorrow from a green car near Wiltsea Road corner, like at the beginning of the game. Unlock the safe in the Lakeview Hotel Otherworld with the Key of Sorrow. Get the Toluca postcard and end the game normally. Check on Maria. Stillness. Bliss. Get a rusted key from Bolorama. Obtain the White Claudia inside a small chest in the Brookhaven Hospital. Go to room 212 and drink the White Claudia before watching the tapes. Oh, here we go. This section summarizes and explains all 8 endings.
Mary.
Hey, handsome.
I'm sorry.
Don't be. I told you. I wanted the pain to end.
Yeah.
Is this just showing the ending? This is the one we got.
You did.
Oh, wait. No. Okay. This just shows the ending. Whatever. Maria ending. This ending concludes with James and Maria leaving Silent Hill together. The game implies that James is doomed to repeat history when Maria starts showing symptoms of the same sickness that affected his late wife. Okay, so this has Maria sitting on the bed already when you arrive, which is interesting. Why is my internet struggling so hard?
James,
Maria's real? No.
I've been waiting. It's
Sort
been
of.
so long.
She's a demon, I guess, right?
Didn't you want to see me?
Yes. More than.
I think that's the implication of Maria. She's like a manifestation of Silent Hill, so she's technically real. But it basically just makes her, like, suffer through the thing again.
Than anything. You're all I ever wanted.
That's not true. Is it?
Oh, if you get the Maria ending, do you not have to do the boss fight?
You killed me, James.
Yeah, but it was like out of love.
Yes. I did. I couldn't bear to see you suffer.
Don't make excuses.
Do you guys hear this, by the way?
I know how you saw me, how you felt. You really hated me. Didn't you?
It's true. I may have had
some of those feelings. You know, what can you do about it? Hang on. I'm gonna watch on YouTube. I think the encoder on that
some of those.
that website sucks. Like, why is this? Oh, you know what I should probably do? Let me just. That should free up some hardware space, I believe.
It was a long 3 years.
I was like, why is this video playing like shit? Probably because I still had the game running in the background.
So tired.
I guess I understand. I know I was a burden. You wanted a long, happy life.
You selfish
Something
prick.
I couldn't give. Can't
You hope they remake the Born from a Wish DLC? I don't think they will, because I think they would have released the game with it if they were gonna.
Mary, please, if I could.
No, James. Those were the last precious moments I had.
Yeah, she doesn't turn to Maria
Forgive you.
in this. The chainsaw. Oh, not curb stomping her, dude. Who played this? What an animal. Dude just finds her at a bar and is like, "Oh yeah, this is what's happening." I guess this is just his like total rejection of reality, right? That's the point of this ending.
What is this?
Is what you've been looking for.
That says for Laura.
Let's go.
Oh, hang on, don't get in the car yet. I gotta get my dead wife out of the back seat. It's a little messy in here. I haven't cleaned my car in a while. Sorry. Each ending, we get the whole letter read. Yeah, but I think there's like new scenes though, even if the letter's read again.
Better do something about that cough.
Coughs annoy me. Vicious Circle is what this ending's called. Oh, so you don't get the letter read in the Maria ending. Ending Maria. You're disturbed? Why are you disturbed, Final Fighter? So he does totally block out the letter in the Maria ending. He doesn't even bother to read it. Also, I think the song's different. Total playtime, 5 hours. Well, the combat challenge is light. Also, it's a new game plus run. Because notice this is ending clear 8 of 8. Born from a Wish was a DLC by 2003 standards, but with the sales figures, you'd expect them to put out a beefed up version. Yeah, but I feel like they would have just launched with it if they were gonna, or made any announcements that it was gonna come out. So. Also, the distance travel, the guy traveled less than half of what I traveled, so he very clearly, like, knew where he was going. But I mean, if you play through this game 8 fucking times, you must know where the hell you're going. This is like something's trying to load here. In this ending, James uses Maria as a means to shrug off the guilt surrounding Mary's death instead of facing the consequences of his actions, and he has learned nothing. And this one, in the Leave ending, James overcomes his feelings of guilt and gets forgiveness through a letter from Maria. He leaves Silent Hill with Laura in a possible attempt to start a new life. In Water ending. In Water, in this ending, James drives his car straight into Toluca Lake, taking his own life. The overwhelming guilt over Mary's death is too much for James, and he chooses to be with Mary in the afterlife. Where's the video? This would drive me nuts. I couldn't play through this game with the red border like this. Oh, there's little symbolisms. Like, they explain the symbolism a little bit, too. To achieve the in-water ending, players need to keep James's health low for most of the game, denoted by a bloody red border on the screen. This symbolizes his lack of regard for his being. As with Mary gone, he's lost his drive in life. Examining Angela's knife repeatedly will also lead towards the in-water ending, as the knife is symbolic of Angela's dejected views about her own life, which James comes to relate to during the course of the game. When James suffers damage, do not immediately heal him. Instead, you may let his health drop to death's door and remain at this critical state for as long as possible. Interesting. After Angela hands over her knife to James, make sure to inspect it regularly in your inventory. Doing so gives the impression that James is thinking about and resonating with Angela's grim outlook on her own situation. Much like in the Leave endings, players must spend as little time as possible with Maria and ignore her advances while she travels with James. See, I didn't do that, though. I went to the strip club with her. I hung out with her a lot, and I still got the Leave ending. Don't let her die to monsters, but also don't let her go out of your way to protect her. I never let her get hit like a single time. She never died. I didn't know she could. Do not return to rooms where you leave Maria. I did that every time. In Water is the ending where James concludes that his life is meaningless without Mary and decides that the best thing to do now is to join her in the afterlife. With this in mind, he gets in his car again and speaks his mind out loud. The screen cuts to black and the sound of a car crashing through barriers, followed by a loud splash is heard. Oh yeah. My conditions for this were a little weird. Hang on. I barely followed them. I ignored Maria in the town, but checked on her in the hospital. I only ran around at 1 HP at the very end of the game, and only checked the knife a single time. I barely qualified. I'm guessing it's easier to get this ending in the remake compared to OG. I checked the knife several times, including while at low HP, didn't look at the letter or photo, and stayed on red the whole 2 final fights, but still got the leave ending, so it's harder than you think. I wonder if there's a bug.
Mary?
Can you guys hear this? Okay, so far the in-water ending is identical to the Maria, or the leave ending.
I've missed you too.
The Maria thing
We
is
can
different
finally
because
get
she's like
together.
sitting on the bed like,
Forever.
like ready to be pissed at you.
No.
James. Honey,
I wonder how the point system works.
what's wrong?
Just yeah, like what you're talking about, Philip. Like there's points, but like
I'm
how did
sorry.
I still don't know how I got the leave ending. I thought for sure I was gonna get the Maria
I know
one.
you tried,
James, please.
but she's gone.
No, Francisco, you can get
I know that now.
the
Stop.
Final Fighter got
And I
the
can't
in-water
just
ending in
pretend.
her
Shut up.
first playthrough, their first playthrough.
What do you want? Do you even know anymore? I'm yours.
Like you can get any of the 3 endings.
I'm here for
Leave,
you. So what if I'm not
Maria,
her?
and in water.
I can give you what she
From the
never
beginning,
could.
from the onset.
I can be better than her.
What's the point system? Where are you finding these, Philip?
What else do you want me to be?
Final 2 remake points.
What else can I be?
I am
Hang on, sorry. This scene is mostly the same so far, so I don't feel bad about opening the guide. Leave it to Steam, baby. Someone on Steam broke down the fucking point system. Let's check it out. The original Silent Hill 2 had a very well-hidden way of tracking which ending the player would get through a clever point system. The remake uses a similar system, but it's greatly overhauled, and some changes are more obvious than the original. This guide hopes to give you the exact track it requires to go into detail for some of the less obvious ones. This information was gathered using the cheat engine. Special thanks to HNTD for finding the original ending factors. As mentioned previously, the game uses a point system that will either add or subtract to one of the 3 main endings. The ending with the highest value is the ending chosen. In the event of a tie, preference is given to endings you haven't seen before. Otherwise, I'm pretty sure preference is Leave, Maria, and then In Water. The 3 endings also have starting point values that make it harder to achieve certain endings. The initial ending values are as follows. Leave is 5, Maria is 3, and In Water is 2. Okay. Woodside coin puzzle, city bar message, Mary item investigation, Angela item investigation, prison gallow puzzle, hotel pyramid aftermath, hotel listen to the sickbed conversation, West City interact at the heavens. These are just the codes, whatever. Playthrough healing, excess, playthrough bad health. Playthrough healing excess. If over 600, then leave +1. If you heal in excess of 600 points, then add a point to leave. For reference, James's max HP is 100 on hard, 200 on normal, and 1 health drink heals 30 HP on hard. He probably just tied with Leave and Maria. Yeah, that could be it. I think that might be it. Playthrough bad health. If less than 100, then In Water +1. I suspect this works similarly to how it does in the original. This is actually a calculated score that starts increasing when HP is low. And increases faster the lower your HP is. Being 1 hit away from death has this score increasingly by 1 point a second. Wow. So you can game the system to get the in-water ending. Play through killed enemies. Killing less than or equal to 150 enemies adds a point to leave. Killing more than 350 enemies adds a point to in-water. That's funny. Because I killed over 350 enemies. So I actually got closer to in-water with that. Dude, my points must have been all over the fucking place. I healed in excess, for sure. I never had low health. I killed over 350 enemies. Stomped enemies. If you stomp dead enemies a total of more than 30 times, add a point to in-water. This only goes up once per dead enemy. You have to stomp 31 separate dead enemies for the points to register, and it needs to be the stomp animation. Oh. Okay, then I probably didn't get this, because I usually had the steel pipe. Mary item investigation. These are so interesting. I don't know if people care that I'm reading these. If people want me to just shut up and read the endings, but I think this is fascinating. Like how these endings are calculated. This is something that I think made the original Silent Hill 2 like so renowned, is because it had all these different hidden mechanics. And so I think looking at these is really cool. And I hope the success of this game makes some developers kind of look at more unique ways to get endings. Because, yeah, like we talked about earlier, I'm kind of sick of, like, player choice. I like this kind of stuff is really cool. Okay. Investigating the letter from Mary and or Mary's photograph 3 times or more adds +1 point to leave and in water. Contrary to popular belief, the handkerchief does not affect any of the endings. Angela knife investigation. Checking Angela's knife more than 2 times adds a point to in water. The game giving you the knife counts as investigating it once, so checking it 2 more times is enough to trigger this point. I did hear about that 12 hours. Where you, like, look at the different endings. That's like Shattered Dreams or something for Silent Hill. It's the, like, ice one, right? Oh. Man in water, +1. Woman, Maria, snake leave. One of the most obvious of all ending factors. A point is awarded to the endings based on which coin you choose for the final component of the coin puzzle. I actually don't remember this. Pyramid Head boss fight outcome. Oh, I think these were what you were talking about, Philip. This one's a little vague. The value is specifically triggered during the first Pyramid Head boss fight in Blue Creek. The fight has 2 phases, and both are actually on a timer. Phase 1 is 60 seconds, Phase 2 is 120 seconds. If you choose to not damage Pyramid Head at all, the game will register the fight as denied and add a point to leave. Okay, which is what I did. If you actively engage Pyramid Head, you decrease the timer quicker, and the value gets registered as forced. However, if you attack Pyramid Head, but do so little damage that he's mostly timed out, the game registers the fight as default judgment, where no point is added to any ending. If you fight Pyramid Head normally, you'll basically always get forced, which is in water. Now, so I didn't fight him at all, which is why I got denied. True. This is one of the most obscure values, as there's tons of moments where you're able to interact with Maria before you reach Heaven's Night. However, the game interestingly only tracks 4 flags for this value, and one of them is required to progress the game. The 4 interactions are having Maria enter the auto shop garage. I don't think I did that. Passing through the locked gate at Jack's Inn. This is required. Responding to Maria's question about the original outfit. I did that. Talking to Maria in front of the Baldwin mansion. I don't think I did that. So I did these 2. I didn't do this. During the time... West City Maria redirections. During the time you spend with Maria, there are several points where she directs you where to go. If she makes a comment that you're going the wrong direction, this value increases. If you stand around and wait for a long time, she'll comment you're wasting time, which also increases this value. If she does this 7 or more times, it will subtract a point from both the in-water and leaved endings. No, this is not a mistake, and other guides telling you to follow Maria's directions for the Maria ending are wrong. I don't know if I got this. I mean, it removes a point from leave, so I don't know if that happens for me. She definitely said it a few times, but 7 seems like a lot. Heaven's Night. There are 7 interactable objects in Heaven's Night. Investigating them all adds a point to the Maria ending, which is what I did. I know I did that. Contrary to popular belief, you do not need to trigger all of the Maria lines, and the conversations you have with her when leaving is determined on time spent in the club and does not affect this value. The 7 objects are the 4 posters, the sexy nurse outfit, the whiskey bottle, and the lost and found bin. I got this point for Maria. Playthrough, Maria received damage. See, I didn't even know Maria could really receive damage. If Maria receives more than 50 points of damage, this subtracts a point away from the Maria ending. Why does fighting James' desire for punishment give the ending where he punishes himself? That's a good point. Why does it do that? You will most likely never experience this value going up, even if Maria is grabbed. Allow me to explain. During the scripted sequence where Maria is grabbed, not intervening causes her to die, so I assumed that failing to intervene in any of the non-scripted attacks would result in a game over. However, a user brought to my attention that Maria will in fact survive a grapple attack outside of the scripted interaction. Basically, if Maria is grabbed, you have a generous amount of time before the attack is complete. Maria will call out for your help twice before she escapes the attack herself. If this happens, the game adds 50 points to this value, instantly causing you to lose a point. After the attack, Maria will hold her arm in pain and will comment that she won't survive another attack. True to her word, not helping her again during this damage state will kill her, resulting in a game over. If you intervene at any point during a monster's assault on Maria, she won't receive any damage. Otherwise, Maria can't receive damage in any way, so don't sweat protecting her too much. The game is extremely lenient. Okay, so that's why I didn't know that she could take damage, is because I only saw her get grabbed during the scripted one, and other than that, I mean, I pretty much killed enemies on sight. I got this. I did this one as well. This one's straightforward. During the events of the game, Maria becomes tired and rests in a hospital room. There are 4 events that, once triggered, add a point to the Maria ending. Interact with Maria 3 times before obtaining the first patient bracelet. Maria becomes sick of you after 3 and turns away from your annoying ass. I got that. Interact with Maria 1 more time after obtaining a patient bracelet, but before getting the roof key. Maria thanks you for checking up on her. Contrary to popular belief, you do not have to return to Maria's room after getting the roof key, which plays a cutscene where James discovers Maria's missing. How would she know anyway? She's not there, duh. Maybe because he's more likely to receive punishment from fighting as opposed to running away. That's a good point, Dave. The other thing I would argue, as to why killing enemies would push James towards the punishment ending, is because the more times James kills, the less he values life. When you return to the bar during the nighttime segment after the hospital, a message appears above the jukebox. Inspecting the message adds 1 to in water. This message, if I remember correctly, is like where the game, or Silent Hill, tells James Mary's death is his fault. The Prison Gallow Puzzle. I actually don't know if I got this right. The Gallo puzzle actually has 2 correct answers. Depending on which answer you choose, you'll either add a point to Leave and in Water, or add a point to Maria. The poems with the correct answers reflect the stories of Eddie, James, and Angela. So once you find the correct answers, figuring out which character they represent will allow you to choose which you prefer. It goes without saying that there's never a scenario where the game chooses Angela and Eddie to be correct in the same run, because that would make it impossible to gain a point for Maria. Because of the random nature of this puzzle, I can't exactly obtain much data on the poem which represents which character at the moment. I may edit this section with more info in the future. One variation I tested was that the sinner I represent James, the arsonist, and the man that murdered his mother represents Angela. This whole prison Gallo thing I thought was like really fucking weird. I don't know what happened for this. The official PlayStation Replay Guide states that the James representation requires you to pick a guilty prisoner. This does not mean picking an incorrect answer. Falling into the enemy pit does not change this value. Based off my testing, any sinner that's justified but causes harm to an innocent person represents James. Oh, which is what I picked. Okay, so I got another point towards the Maria puzzle. How did I not get the Maria ending? Because that's what I picked. A sinner that's justified but causes harm to innocents represents James. Because that's what I picked. I picked the prisoner that was justified was the thief in my playthrough. The guy who stole food so he could keep living. That's who I picked. Labyrinth Maria. In order to trigger this, you need to check on Maria in the labyrinth. Before the Rotten Arena, get her to start humming. I did this. Hotel Mirror Puzzle. Fresh, Maria, Rotten, Leave. In the hotel, you have to place an apple on the table in order to get the Snow White music box to appear in the adjacent room. Choosing the ripe apple adds a point to Maria. Choosing the rotten apple adds a point to In Water and Leave. Oh, I did that. It's another point I should have had for Maria. I really think the only reason I got the Leave ending was because I was good at the combat. Because I killed so many enemies. I think took a point away from Maria. And because I had high health, like, for 100% of the game time. Like, there was never a point where I had low health for longer than a minute. That's fine. After realizing the truth, the hotel begins to deteriorate to reflect James's mental state. On your way to confront the final boss, you'll encounter 3 enemies that are weakened and in a defenseless state in the basement of the hotel. I killed all 3 of these and got in water. A lying figure curled up in a ball. I killed that. A bubblehead nurse that collapses to the floor. I shotgunned this thing before it even fell to the floor. Because remember, I commented of like, oh, I probably didn't even need to shoot that thing. I could have just stomped it. And then a crawling mannequin that attempts to crawl away from you. This one was bugged in my playthrough. It made no effort to leave, which is why I killed it. But I mean, I kill enemies on sight anyway, so I would have killed all 3 of these. Pyramid Head Boss Aftermath. Oh, I figured this would have an effect on the ending. Unlike the original game, the door you leave in the Twin Pyramid Head boss fight actually does affect the ending. Choosing the Rusted Egg door adds a point to both In Water and Leave. Choosing the Scarlet Egg adds a point to Maria. You have to take a decent step into the room before the game registers your choice, so if you accidentally nudge the door open without entering, it doesn't count. This one, I actually did, I think, leave the Rusted Egg door, so this would have been another point to leave then. Because I put the Scarlet Egg in first, and then I put the Rusted door in first, then nothing happened, and I just walked in the second door. So this would have been a subtracted point from Maria. Listening to the entirety of the sickbed conversation during the long hallway to the final boss adds a point to both In Water and Leave. You need to wait for her to stop crying completely after she says, "Help me." Oh, this I got inadvertently just because I played the whole game by walking. So I got this just by nature of if you don't sprint down the hallway, you'll listen to the whole conversation. The hallway's long enough for the whole conversation to play out. That's fascinating. This whole thing's really interesting. Also, yeah, it's funny now that too, because in the original game, I think most of the ending checks were all kind of like circumstantial and people making guesses. But obviously the remake's on PC, so you have to actually be able to see these ending factors. That's kind of cool. Can you stack points, like constantly taking minor damage to overheal to guarantee the leave ending? No. I didn't know the point system was this in depth. I didn't either. Fascinating. Alright, back to the in-water ending.
So sorry.
Sorry, I just had to know. I was really curious.
But this has to stop. It's time to let it go.
So the in-water is mostly the same. This is the same as the... So the leave and in-water endings are very close, because in both of them, you reject Maria.
No.
What?
What?
I won't let you do this to me.
That's fine.
I won't let you go. I can't!
Both of them have James accept the truth in different ways. Yeah. One of them lets him move on, and the other, he does not.
James.
He just warps right to the car. No, like, preamble. He's just like,
you so much.
get me the fuck out of here.
I tried. I really did, but I can't. Just can't go on without you. I can't forgive myself for what I've done. I know this isn't what you would want. But I guess it doesn't matter anymore. You're not here. Are you?
Ooh, as he looks to her body in the backseat of his car. Dude has like several guns on him, and this is how he decides to kill himself. This certainly is the punishment ending. Also kind of crazy that this was like an ending choice back in like fucking 2001, or whenever this game came out. I feel the original ending was not this explicit about Mary's body being in the back seat. In the leave ending, then, how does he like dispose of her corpse? Like, what does he do with her body if you choose to leave Silent Hill?
In my restless dreams, I see that town.
Hey, there's the car.
Silent Hill. You promised you'd take me there again someday.
The game's big plot twist is you killed your wife all along. Having the protag commit suicide isn't that much darker.
I'm alone there now.
Fair enough.
In our special place. Waiting for you to come and see me. But you never do. So, I wait. Wrapped in my cocoon of pain and loneliness.
This is the okay. So in the In Water ending, the letter's the same from the beginning of the game, but if you in the Leave ending, it's much more.
I know. I've done.
Oh wait, no, never mind. It's the same. This fucking letter, bro.
That, but I can't. I feel so pathetic and ugly laying here. Every day I stare up at the cracks in the ceiling, and all I can think about is how unfair it is.
Won't this letter, like, disintegrate?
The doctor came today. Told me I could go home for a short stay. It's not that I'm getting better. It's just that this could be my last chance. Even so, I'm glad to be coming home. I missed you so much. But I'm afraid, James. I'm afraid you don't really want me to come home. Every time you come to see me, I can tell how hard it is on you. I don't know if you hate me or pity me. Or maybe I just disgust you.
It's a sturdy envelope. Good endorsement.
When I first learned I was gonna die, I couldn't accept it. I was so... I'm already dead. But that's okay. I'm not afraid of it anymore. I just hope the pain will end soon. So that you remember me for who I was. And not what the disease made me. I want you to go on.
Oof, the letter finally fully disappears when Mary says, I want you to go on.
To live.
I want you to
For
live.
yourself.
And now the letter is fully out of you.
Like you did for me. James. You make me happy.
Only way out. Damn. That's rough. That's rough. I think they really reframed that ending pretty well, though. In the remake, anyway. In Water is a prerequisite for one of the new endings added in Silent Hill 2, called Stillness. It's an alternate version of the In Water ending. Stillness. Alright, let's skip ahead a little bit. If this is related to the In Water ending, let's see. Imagine not being used to games with multiple endings and In Water is your first ending. Yeah, you're just like, ah. So this is one of the remake endings. This wasn't in the original game. It's considered to be an alternate version of the In Water ending. Kind of lame that they just went with an alternate ending, I feel like. Or like a variant of one of the existing endings. I think it would have been cool if they just went like for something entirely new. To reach the Stillness ending, players need to have unlocked the In Water ending. And be playing on New Game Plus. Find the Key of Sorrow and the Toluca Lake postcard. The New Game Plus file, find the Key of Sorrow in a green car near the intersection of Wiltsea and Nathan Avenue. Break the car's right window using the chainsaw to get it. Proceed through the game normally until you reach the hotel. Here, go to the manager's office and unlock a safe using the key with the code 314. This gets you the postcard. With the postcard in your inventory, continue to the game's end. Okay, so this is like also right at the beginning of the game. So you like just get the collectible for the new ending. I feel like this is kind of unimaginative. Like you just grab a collectible at the beginning of the game and then repeat the exact same thing you did. After collecting the postcard, play through the end of the game normally. So you pick up a new playthrough when you're still in the New Game Plus mode. So you pick up a collectible there. Entire game is the same, and then right before the end, to remind you that you're still on a New Game Plus run, you have to get a new collectible in the final area. That's kind of unimaginative. I'm not thrilled about this. But let's watch. Is this any different?
Mary? I have missed you so much.
Still seems the same.
I've missed you too. We can finally be together. Forever.
No.
Wah, wah.
James. Honey. What's wrong?
I'm sorry. I know you tried,
James, please.
but she's gone. I know that now,
Stop it.
and I can't just keep pretending.
Shut up! What do you want? Do you even know anymore? I'm yours. I'm here for you. So what if I'm not her? I can give you what she never could.
James acts remarkably calm to the fact that this woman has completely dressed up as a doppelganger to his dead wife. He's just like, okay, let's stop.
Sorry, Maria, I really am. But this has to stop. It's time to let it go.
Like, does he know Maria's a monster? Like, his reaction is so neutral. I feel like in the entire playthrough, like, James's reactions to everything is just so, like, meh.
What?
It's like to all the bizarre things happening around him.
I won't let you go. I can't!
He's just like, eh. Alright. This is the new normal.
I tried. I really did, but I can't go on without you. I can't forgive myself for what I've done.
I know. What's wrong, honey?
I miss you so much. I am sorry. I am so sorry.
It's okay.
Will you wait for me?
James. I've always been waiting for you.
Hmm. See, this is like definitely one of those endings I couldn't imagine. Like you play a second playthrough of this game and then this is it. That sucks. Ending stillness. What? The stillness ending can be considered an alternate version of the in-water ending. We see James sitting in his car and lamenting the loss of Mary, but before James drives into Luke Lake, Mary appears in the back seat. James apologizes to Mary, and she consoles him before vanishing and leaving her letter in the passenger seat. In this ending, James continues to carry his guilt for killing Mary and drives into Toluca Lake. The stillness ending mirrors the beginning of the game, focusing on Mary's letter while James is at the observation deck. It can be inferred that James realizes that his fate at Silent Hill is doomed to be as cyclical as he has not let go of his guilt. This realization ultimately pushes him to drive into the lake. That is... yeah, that's not great. I don't like that. Alright, so we'll watch the Bliss one last. Um, the stillness ending's the best. Oh, wow. Bliss ending's our least favorite. Alright, hang on. I'll read their feedback later. The stillness ending seems like, I don't know, it's just the in-water one again. Alright, so the Rebirth ending, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. What do we do for this one? The Rebirth ending is one of the possible endings players can achieve in Silent Hill 2 Remake. Start New Game Plus and collect the ritual items. So there's something at the graveyard. See, these are obscure little collectibles. White Chrism. What are the hints that imply that you need to get these different artifacts to, like, do the ritual? Unlocking the Rebirth ending is relatively simple, as it requires you to finish an initial playthrough of the game, then play it again in New Game Plus. During this playthrough, you need to collect the 4 items, and then proceed to the end of the story without worrying about the requirements of the other endings. Note that there's no way to get this ending in a normal playthrough, as the items only appear in New Game Plus. Scene opens with James sailing through the fog of the lake, his boat carrying what appears to be Mary's body wrapped in a white cloth. Driven by despair and armed with all the ritual items from the abandoned town, James intends to resurrect her by appealing to the old gods of Silent Hill. What?
James,
I feel like this ending probably requires more knowledge of the,
aren't you happy to see me?
I'm sorry. I know what you are.
Wait. Never mind, sorry.
Sorry. I know what you are, Maria.
What does it even matter? I am here for you.
You're not her.
She's gone. And she's not coming back.
Well, we'll see about
No.
that. Oh, he does say that.
There's a way. I can still bring her back.
What? No, that's not.
James is coping so hard, even the, like, evil manifestation from Silent Hill is like, huh? Imagine coping so hard, even, like, the devil himself is like, what are you talking about?
Not true.
But before I do, I need to kill that part of me that still clings to you.
Who the hell do you think you are? You don't get a say in this. Not anymore. Like it or not, I am here now. And I won't let it end like this.
Her transformation seems weirder in this, though, that she's defying you. Doesn't seem like she should be becoming a victim.
Mary. You look so peaceful.
Okay, so in this route,
Forgive me for waking you.
in this route, he's just a fucking nut job. Okay.
But without you, I just can't go on. This town, Silent Hill. The old gods haven't left this place. And they still grant power to those who venerate them.
He must be going to the
Power
island
defy even death.
that the one, like, myth that you read about in the game implies. Like, where the lover used to be on this island.
Mary.
Defy even death. This ending's much shorter. I kind of wish they told you, like, what happens. Kind of lame that they don't. As he rows towards an island, presumably to conduct the ritual, the outcome, whether he restores Mary or damns them both or nothing at all, remains unknown. Okay, should we... I think the dog ending's next, right? The dog ending reveals the mysteries of Silent Hill. This was also, like, really famous. I'm sure a lot of people have heard of this ending. This was one of those endings that was, like, just fucking so out there when it originally happened. Especially because this was, again, back in, like, 2001. I think people were like, what the fuck? Because you can't accidentally get this ending, but still. Alright, unlock the Lakeview Hotel observation room with the dog key. To get the dog ending, you need to get to the Lakeview observation room instead of entering Mary's room in 312. You can enter the observation room with the dog key, which is where you collect the broken parts. You have to get New Game Plus. These, like, keys are so random. Oh, you have to go to the pet center. The broken bone. Make the bone key. Yeah, this is like the joke ending of all time. Like, this ending, like, inspired multiple other games to have joke endings. When it's time for you to enter 312 at the hotel, go to the observation room instead. These two rooms are right next to each other. Yeah, we actually saw it. What is the dog ending? What the dog doing? Some might ask. And I'll tell you, who knows what the fuck the dog doing? I like that he draws his gun on the dog. Also that he doesn't speak English.
Nie. To nie może być prawda.
No, it's not possible. I also like, yeah, they stick to the whole ending being in another language, but also it's still, you can hear it's still the English dubbed voice actor. I do wish the room was brighter too. Like, it should have just been like a normal white, like, normal room. Faster than fog. The goodest boy. Can you guys hear the dog song? Like, the original dog ending is so bright for a game like this, they overcommitted the fog this once. Yeah. I do remember the original one being much darker, or like much brighter, and it was like, it did seem a little bit funnier originally. Hey, Judy. I stopped playing Devil Survivor for a little bit. Because not a lot of people were hanging out in the chat as I was like playing through the game. It didn't seem like a lot of people were interested in it. I'll probably pick it up again at some point, Judy, though. I don't intend to like leave it unfinished, but I wanted to play the Silent Hill 2 remake. And it didn't seem like a lot of people were clamoring at it. Like, the chat was mostly 12 hours in Final Fighter. Occasionally Taku popped in. I think Abstain popped in once or twice as well. But I always like streaming when, like, chat's active. What is this song? What? It's because you were suffering at the time? Oh, because you were playing through Brothership? But yeah, I'll probably still go back to it. I bet you, like, sometime over December, I'll probably play it. Oh, he speaks Polish. Okay, so we saw Leave, we saw Maria, we saw In Water, we saw Rebirth, we saw Dog. Let's check out the UFO ending. Why Rebirth, or why Polish? I have no idea. The UFO ending is in the remake. It's a joke ending that requires players to find a blue gem on a New Game Plus playthrough. Discover all requirements to get the ending. To reach the UFO ending, players had to finish at least one full playthrough of the game, then on a New Game Plus file, find the blue gem at the jeweler's store, and then inspect the blue gem and all of the locations shown above, ending with the Lakeview Hotel, room 312. Successfully inspecting the gem and all the prior areas will cause the game to cut to the UFO ending instantly when inspected in room 312, with no final boss fight. Go to the jeweler's, smash the window, and collect the blue gem. Note that this item will only appear at this location after you've completed at least one playthrough. You'll know that if you're using it in the right place, you'll see it glow, accompanied by alien-like noises. Hint for the UFO ending in groovy music. Out of This World magazine, special issue. Alien device found in local store. Bizarre findings on the roof of local building. Prehistoric creatures spotted in local lake. Paranormal activity in local hotel. You gotta see it to believe it. You find a magazine on a couch in the groovy music store on Neely Street that provides hints about the location of the blue gem, as well as each of the locations you have to use the gem at. What is the UFO ending? The UFO ending is one of the two joke endings that were present in the original game. The idea that he just abandons like the whole idea of his dead wife. Like, wait a minute, I have new purpose. I can find aliens. James, what is this? You're me? Oh, I know, there is a Shadow James. That's his model from the original game. I'm the real you. No, it can't be. Actual Persona 4 reference? It's true, you've been a clone this whole time. But now it is time to come home. Ah! Finally, all is as it should be. Finally, we can be together. Mary. Finn. What was this ending in the original? Because the joke here is that it's PS2, James. Is it, it was Harry, the main character of the first Silent Hill. In the original. Oh. I think using the PS2 James model makes more sense. That's funny. I think that's a really good way to redo it. In this game's version, James meets Space James, who's using his model from the original game. Space James reveals that James is just a clone before the latter gets shot with a ray gun by the alien and subsequently abducted. This Easter egg ending continues the long-running joke of Silent Hill games featuring UFO endings, a tradition seen in several mainline titles. Alright, so last but not least is the Bliss ending. Bliss ending is a new possible ending in the Silent Hill 2 remake. Drink White Claudia. To get the Bliss ending, you need to drink White Claudia before watching the tape. Start a New Game Plus playthrough. Get this weird key. Head over to Pete's Bolorama in Western South Vale. Find the safe behind the counter and enter the code and pick up the rusted key. This should be done before going to the Jack's Inn, since the Bolorama will become inaccessible later on. Go to the garden in Brookhaven Hospital and look for the gazebo. Inside, you can pick up a small chest that doesn't appear in a normal playthrough. I know what gazebo it's talking about, though. Use the rusted key on the chest to collect the bottle of White Claudia. What's White Claudia? Cocaine? I don't feel like it's cocaine. It's a hallucinogen. You don't hallucinate when you have cocaine. But it is a drug. Drink White Claudia before watching the tape, and the story will end skipping. Not with that attitude.
you taping again? Come on.
Wait, you just watch the tapes? As normal?
I don't know why, but I just love it here. It's so peaceful.
I would not do a full playthrough
You know
for this
what I
ending
heard?
again.
This whole area used to be a sacred place. I think I can see why.
The old gods. How long after the original Silent Hill 2 is this?
It's too bad we have to leave. Promise you'll take me again, James.
No.
I promise.
Oh, the tape works!
Come on, we need to finish packing. James, honey, did something happen?
Oh, no, it's fine. Everything's fine.
You guys think it's a metaphor for him going into the tape? I felt it was more of a metaphor of him just, like, leaving Silent Hill there. And just, like, he saw the tape and was like, ah, yeah. Although I guess the filter does go away here.
James, honey, did something happen?
Oh, no, it's fine. Everything's fine.
The Bliss ending, it's implied that James saw the happy vacation clips of him and Mary on the TV rather than the tapes revealing to him the truth surrounding Mary's death. This is most likely because of the White Claudia he drank, known to be a powerful hallucinogen in the Silent Hill universe. The drug messed up what he's seeing on TV, and he never knew he himself was the one who killed Mary. Ignorance is bliss indeed. I actually think that's kind of an interesting ending, because it uses mechanics from the other Silent Hill games. So these guys think the Stillness ending was the best. I actually think the Stillness ending's the worst. Because it requires a New Game Plus run for you to basically just get the in-water ending again. I don't think this ending's good at all. All things considered, we think Stillness ending's the best. That gives James the best and most believable redemption arc among all 8 endings. Also, seeing Mary in the backseat is a great cherry on top that solidifies the grasp of Silent Hill on James's psyche, and that the realization of this, as well as the guilt of killing Mary, ultimately drove him to a self-inflicted doom. The Bliss ending is our least favorite. Bliss ending offered James the happiest and most peaceful end among all 8 endings. I think Leave is probably the best, but it's by far our least favorite. The ending ultimately robs James the opportunity to settle the guilt he's feeling by first acknowledging that he killed Mary. This lack of a redemption arc feels like the past journey across Silent Hill is a huge waste, with James settling for a lie instead of finding out the truth. Hmm. Are there little, like, wiki entries for each of the monsters? Like, what they're supposed to be? No. What does IGN say? Oh, I like that zooming in on IGN's page does not get rid of the ad. Final Fighter. Leave is the easiest ending to get as it basically requires you to play the game like you normally might, stay healthy, explore everywhere at all opportunities, and be rightly suspicious of Maria. I was not suspicious of Maria at all. It also seems like your first run through the game might be heavily biased towards Leave right out of the gate, as anecdotally, it seems to be the most players' first ending regardless of their choices. Interesting. Uh, Interesting. I want to see what happened. I wonder if the wiki has like a summary from the devs on what happened to Silent Hill 2 Angela. Streams. Is the stream still up? Oh, this is way more overt in the novelization. I want to die, that's my one and only wish, but it's a wish that's proven difficult to obtain. I want to die, yet I'm forced to keep living. Huh? That's way more overt than her, I feel like Bliss is definitely up there for worst ending for James. It's the Maria ending, except without the implication that he kills another woman. Yeah, I still think the Maria or the Bliss ending's interesting. I don't think it's the best ending story-wise. The best ending story-wise is definitely Leave. At least I think. I think Stillness kind of sucks. Because he's like basically just fucking delusional that Mary cares anymore. She's dead. Um, I like the Maria ending. I think it's interesting as well. Um, because I think it speaks to story-wise. I think the Maria one's really good because I feel like it speaks to James's desperation that he gives into the Maria delusion. Sounds like she has like eating disorders and stuff. I'm not gonna read all of this. I can read all of it to myself in a pretty relatively fast amount of time, but this is way too much to read. You might be biased, but in the water is the way to go. Damn, her mother is complicit. Why does she want to find her mom then? If her mom's like saying Angela deserved it. I didn't think you would like James after the twist. Part of it, I think, is because I knew the twist. So I had like already come to terms with it. So I'm a little bit biased to the fact that like I've become like I've grown numb to it. Which is why I wasn't doing any predictions during this game because I played the original. Granted, it was years ago, but I still knew like the core beats. So that's why like during most mystery games on the channel, I'm always like stopping and guessing and trying to evaluate like what's going on and things like that. I didn't really do that this much in this playthrough as like I normally do because I knew the broad strokes. I didn't remember the finer details, but like I knew Maria wasn't real and I knew that he killed Mary already. So it was like so yeah, I think like that affected why I kind of like the Maria ending there. Because I mean, Maria is also not like a good ending for him. Like I'm still saying, I think the best ending story wise is Eternal Damnation for him, where he's stuck in Silent Hill with Maria. Because like Leave implies that he forgives himself, but the Maria ending implies I feel that he's still like delusional. Initially, it seems she seeks out her mother for an attempt of solace and comfort. Angela is resentful and angry towards her, and is searching simply to kill her, and maybe searching to kill her. She murders her father and brother with the same knife. Angela takes it with her as it has sentimental value to her. James notes in the novelization she has a severe social phobia. One of the things that's really funny is to the voice acting for the original Silent Hill 2 Angela, like they get this scene in the original is like so bad.
one left. Maybe then I can rest. Mama, why are you running away? You're not my mama. It's you. Oh. I'm sorry.
Angela, no.
Angela, no.
Thank you for saving me. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserved what happened.
No, Angela, that's wrong.
With all the enthusiasm of a Danganronpa character, no, that's wrong.
No. Don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me. Will you love me? Take care of me? Heal all my pain?
What is the camera doing here?
That's what I thought.
What? He just looks like the... He looks like the sad Wojak.
James. Give me back that knife.
No. I won't.
Saving it for yourself?
Me? No. I'd never kill myself.
Wah wah.
It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too.
The building's on fire.
For me, it's always like this.
Like, I feel the original just does this, like, so much better. Or, not the original, I'm sorry. The remake does this a lot better. Like, this same scene, I feel like the acting is so much more powerful here.
Mama? Mama! I was looking for you.
I mean, it probably helps that, like, the
You're
new
the
character
only one
models have,
left.
like, actual body movements.
Maybe then I can finally rest. Mama. What's wrong? Wait. You're not my mama. It's you.
I'm sorry, Angela.
Also, I think it, to your point, 12 hours, when you consider the matricide interpretation, her brother and her father are framed on the entryways to the staircase.
I think you were right. What we're looking for, it's not here.
What's all this weird spidering? Is that like a PS5 thing?
Thank you for helping me earlier. But I wish you hadn't. Even Mama said it. I deserve what happened.
No, Angela, that is not true.
Alright, so maybe the voice acting in the original is not, like, awful, but I do think this is a much better performance.
Don't pity me. I'm not worth it. Or maybe you think you can save me? Will you love me? Care for me? Heal all my pain? That's what I thought.
What do you guys think? Am I the only one that thinks the remake did it better?
James.
I feel like James's performance is way better. Angela's, I guess, is pretty on
Give me
par.
back the knife.
But the James performance is so improved in the remake.
No, I won't.
Saving it for yourself. Have it your way. It doesn't change anything.
The music is really good.
It's hot as hell in here.
You see it too? For me, it's always like this.
I think this, one of the comments I read here was cool. Just realized that Angela and Eddie's versions of Silent Hill are the exact opposite of one another. Angela's world is full of flames, and Eddie's is icy cold. I also think that's, it's really cool that you can also kind of interpret that James's Silent Hill is, like, so foggy because he's lost without Mary. That's kind of cool to interpret it like that. I like how many different different ways you can interpret the game. Like by the end of the game, you can see the physicality and hear in the voices how exhausted everyone is in the cast. Seeing Angela just give up rather than emote the emotional inflection at the end is unnerving. It is really cool. It's unknown if Angela's mother is even alive during Silent Hill 2. Oh. She was making $150 a week at a waitressing job, which would result in an annual salary of around $7,000 to $8,000. Stabbed her father in the neck out of anger, slitting his throat, and then in the torso multiple times. There's evidence of a struggle in the room, implying that the father fought for his life but was overwhelmed by Angela. She didn't bother to take her family's cash or hide her father's corpse and fled the house. According to the novelization, Angela also took care of her brother, but it doesn't go into detail. So the game doesn't ever explicitly imply that the brother's actually dead. I would also like to read the novelization now. I feel like that could be interesting. I didn't even know there was a novelization. Examining the knife often is one of the factors which enables the in-water ending of the game in which James kills himself. She kills herself off screen. Oh, there's Resident Evil novelizations as well? The creator's comment. Her name is borrowed from the protagonist of the film The Net. It's a religious name common in Spanish lineage that's derived from angel, which is a source of inspiration. Any fun trivia? Is there an audio novel of the novelization? The player can speak to Angela. I like these trivia segments. I always think these are really cool. The player can speak to Angela for 2 more small scenes after meeting her. In the first, James tells Angela, "It's quiet here, huh?" To which she replies, "I guess." In the second, Angela catches James staring at her and asks him, "Aren't you looking for someone?" To which James replies, "That's right," and wanders off. Despite some fan denial, it's officially confirmed that Angela was sexually abused. Was there any that seems so weird that there would be any denial that Angela was abused. That's crazy. I feel like that's super, like, obvious. But whether or not she returns the abuse, I feel is up for debate. I mean, she does kill him, so I guess she does technically. She stabbed the father to death, and that's why she's in Silent Hill. From the earliest conversations I was on, the team had the intention of including the incest and sexual abuse in her backgrounds. They wanted to get at the very heart or edges of her psychological pain. She gets physically ill whenever she thinks about her experience. It seems clearly depicted to me if you know what you're looking for. There's a notable theory that Angela's otherworld resembles the house she grew up and was abused in, affirmed by the novelization saying the room Abstract Daddy is fought in resembles a room from her childhood home. Angela is voiced by Donna Burke, who later voiced Claudia Wolf in Silent Hill 3. Both characters are abused by their fathers, and both games involve a fight by the protagonist against a monstrous interpretation of the father. Laura Bailey reprised the role of both Angela and Claudia in the HD collection. Wait, no way. Silent Hill 2 remake. Silent Hill 2 HD collection. New voices. What?
Mary, could you really be in this town?
The HD versions lack the sense of uncanny crazy that the original actors did so well.
This town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but
Is it dangerous?
maybe. And it's not just the fog either.
Okay,
It's...
I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
This town, there's something wrong with it.
Oh my god, that is Laura Bailey. Also, you can see what I mean. This like to 12 hours. You could like, you see how like a lot of the like fog is gone in the HD remake. Like you can see it in the far background, but like it's not here. And like see how there's fog rolling in throughout the graveyard, and then in the HD remake it's
This
gone.
town, there's something wrong with it. It's kind of hard to explain, but
Is it dangerous?
maybe. And it's not just the fog either. It's...
Okay, I got it. I'll be careful.
I'm not lying.
Anyway,
Dude, that's wild. I had no idea. Laura Bailey's in the HD remake. Hang on. Can you still get the Silent Hill? I kind of want to play the HD collection now, just for the meme value. Silent Hill 2 HD collection. Can you buy this still? What happened to the Silent Hill HD collection? Konami lost the source code of Silent Hill 2? That's funny, what? Silent Hill HD Collection is a port of Silent Hill 2 and 3 to the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360. Originally developed by Team Silent and ported by Hijinks Studios. It includes the Born from a Wish scenario from Silent Hill 2. It features an alternate voice dub, as well as Xbox 360 achievements. Players have the option to switch between the original voice acting and the alternate voice acting for Silent Hill 2, while the redub is mandatory for Silent Hill 3 because it lacks the original voice acting. The Xbox 360 is available as a digital download, but the PlayStation 3 version is not. In October 2016, the Silent Hill HD collection was made available on PlayStation Now, meaning the game can be streamed to the PlayStation 4 and PC. And, in 2022, it's no longer available. Artistic change, dude. There's artistic changes. I kind of want to play this version. I never played this version. The one I played originally was the original Silent Hill 2 when I was really young, so I don't really remember it. And then I skipped the HD collection because the reviews were really bad for it. The collection was directed by Tom. The HD collection was announced in 2011. It was revealed that both games would be given new voice actors. And the collection was originally supposed to be a PlayStation 3 exclusive, but an Xbox 360 release was eventually announced. Due to the age of both games involved, the only code available to be given to Hijinks Studios by Konami was an unfinished, incomplete beta build of the final version because Konami lost the source code. This resulted in both versions of the HD collection being hampered by severe technical issues. Mary McGlynn was approached by Konami to direct the redub. The reason for the redub was due to Guy Chi requesting residuals for the ports and the re-releases of Silent Hill 2, as he claimed that he owned the rights to James's voice and motion capture. McGlynn, Troy Baker, and Thessaly refuted this, stating that Guy did not own James's voice and motion capture, and that his performance was always owned by Konami. This was the reason Konami never paid Guy residuals. No written contract between Guy and Konami is available. In a letter to Konami, Guy stated that it was not about the money, but rather the thoughtless way that those involved in the production have been treated, such as not notifying him of any re-releases and hiding his contributions in the making of Silent Hill 2 video. Guy also called for Konami to allow the original voices and give fans the option to choose between the original dub and redub. Guy's close connection with fans of the series played a strong part in his decisions regarding these issues. Monica Horgan supported giving fans an option as well. Guy, James Sunderland, Monica, Maria, and Donna Burke eventually signed a waiver allowing Konami to reuse their voices in the HD collection. In a post-release interview, Tom reflected on the issues of the HD collection as well as preserving video games. Due to the development being different for every game in regards to coding and overall engine development, this can cause issues when remastering the game. Why did they port it if they just didn't have the source code? I don't know. That's wild. Who does this guy? Who else does he voice? He hasn't worked in the video game industry besides Silent Hill 2 and Forgotten Memories. Oh, I can tell you this is probably why he didn't get drawn back into yeah, this is why he didn't get drawn back into other games, I'm guessing. Why does the photo look the way it is, and why is it black and white? Because the guy was born in 1957. That's why. The guy's like 70 years old now. Oh, and he's a COVID denier. I feel like there are several reasons why he was not invited to play in other video games. Interesting. Alright, what other fucked up things happened in this HD port? Can you still get this? Hang on. Like, can I still find this somewhere? Oh, no way, you can still get it. It's like $70. Kinda want it though. It's gonna be the Xbox 360 version that remained broken and was never fixed, Francisco. Because back in the Xbox 360 era, this was back when Microsoft was leading the way in the console market. Like Xbox was just blowing PlayStation out of the water. because remember, it wasn't until the PS4 and Xbox One where PlayStation became the more popular console because Xbox fumbled the bag. But in the Xbox 360 era, because Microsoft had such a dominance of the console market, Microsoft used to charge developers to patch their games. So to patch the game, even for indie developers, was like $10,000 to have a patch pushed out for your game. And I imagine for bigger developers, it might have been even more expensive. But either way, it was still very expensive to patch your game. And they kind of like would do that for everybody. And Sony in the PlayStation Store, like remember, PlayStation used to have free online multiplayer, and would let developers update their game for free. Because they were behind Microsoft. That's why the PlayStation Network used to be free and things like that. But it wasn't until the PlayStation 4 when Sony started to regain market share and start to become the more popular console did they start charging for PlayStation multiplayer. Artistic changes. Characters tend to use new words when starting sentences. This occurs most often with Laura. I don't know what that means. The original version of the game, Eddie's Rant, had typos in the subtitles. During the opening monologue thing, the guitar has been changed from acoustic to electric. Ooh, because it's the early 2010s. The Silent Hill Wrench's font is Comic Sans. Street and sidewalks textures have been changed to look cleaner. The FMV cutscenes are stretched horizontally to appear widescreen, which is more problematic than in Silent Hill 3, because Silent Hill 2 is FMV heavy. The incorrect aspect ratio results in a slight stretched or fat character look. They added like a shitty TV around it. They stretched it out and then added like a shitty TV render over it. Oh, I gotta play. I need to play this HD collection. It's so bad. The Sunderland videotape FMV is now bordered on all sides by a TV set rather than being presented in full screen. This obscures the image on all four sides and can make it even more difficult to realize that James smothers Mary with a pillow. Although it's completely random, the ranking screen may appear white. We're going to skip the Silent Hill 3 ones, because actually, again, I also haven't played Silent Hill 3 in so long, I don't want to spoil stuff on that. I mean, I know the plot mostly, but I'm more familiar with Silent Hill 2. The entire game crashes and freezes when entering new areas, picking up items, and using items, so basically anytime. Entire rooms don't load, leaving the player trapped in an inescapable void. To be fair, that did happen in the Silent Hill 2 remake for me. This differs from the above glitch because the player can still move around and hear footsteps. This seems exclusive to Silent Hill 2 and is known to occur in the apartment complexes. Lag and frame rate drops, lag when getting achievements, graphical glitches and lighting errors, sound loops, audio glitches. Even to the extent of seconds of audio missing. Sometimes the background audio may stop entirely and there will be a few seconds of silence. Cyan blue fog. Reduced transparencies of fog glass and shadows. Fog appears where there should be no fog. Missing shadows. The game is too dark even with in-game brightness maxed. Glitchy depth of field, blurry scenes where there should be no blur, non-blurry scenes where there should be blur, pixelated shadows, inaccurate textures. The elevator has the floor texture known to occur in the Xbox 360 version. A serious glitch in the Xbox 360 version which makes it so that any achievement is unlocked, the entire game freezes. This is also triggered by unlocking all achievements. The only way to circumvent this is by creating a new profile and playing from there. The only way to circumvent this. So once you unlock all the achievements, the game's like, you're done. Don't fucking play this game again. You have to make a new profile. Erratic walking speed, at worst rendering the game virtually unplayable. The game runs before loading screens cleared, causing players to take unavoidable damage or miss the first bits of many cutscenes. This is hilarious. No way, I didn't even know half of this shit. A Day 1 patch was released for the PlayStation 3 version. Many players claim that the patch made no difference. Another PlayStation 3 patch was released. It fixed a number of problems, such as the frame rate and lip syncs were improved. Missing sounds and musics had been fixed, along with fog density issues. Other minor visual and audio problems were improved. The Xbox 360 patch was cancelled due to technical issues and resources, which made any attempts at resolving the problems ineffective. IGN rated the collection a 9 out of 10. Because the Xbox 360 version patch was cancelled, Konami offered compensation for owners of the Xbox 360 version by offering many other games, including the same game for the PlayStation 3, if they sent their copy and receipt for proof of purchase to Konami. You can just mail a trade-in. Voice acting. The redubbed voice acting received a divisive reaction from fans as a group and has retained a mixed reception since. Fans of the redub cited that the original voice acting felt unprofessional. See, this is what I was saying 12 hours, that people thought the original voice acting wasn't good. I'm not the first person to say that, Francisco, despite your accusations. And that the redub aimed to fix this. Fans of the original voice acting often cite that the voice acting was meant to be realistic, that the characters sounded natural and human rather than like dramatic actors, explaining that the awkward and stilted manner characters speak adds to the surreal and dreamlike atmosphere and also helped portray the cast of Silent Hill 2 as mentally or emotionally damaged. They also tend to feel that some characters in the redub are too melodramatic. In the redub, Angela speaks typically for a person her age. Of all the character redubs, the performance by Mary as Mary received the most backlash. McGlynn's voice is widely considered too deep to accurately portray the soft and gentle Mary. McGlynn herself felt her voice was too deep to play Mary, but the producers cast her regardless. Oh, James is Troy Baker in the remake. Wait, Liam O'Brien is Eddie? Isn't this Akihiko? Wait a minute. Fuck. It is Akihiko! Ernest Baldwin is voiced by Travis? Laura goes uncredited? Half of the cast goes uncredited. A glitch. Okay, this is actually worse. A glitch with Maria's eye is replaced by the texture for her teeth. This is actually terrifying. The description on the back of the boss is the same for both games. Defeat enemies and solve puzzles as you progress deeper and deeper into the story. Defeat enemies and solve puzzles as you progress deeper and deeper into the story. Thank you. When the original Xbox version is played on the 360...
I thought I'd bring something to your attention. I love Silent Hill. I love Silent Hill 2. This is my favorite Silent Hill game. I started playing it again recently. No biggie. I love the game. It's cool. Although there are a few issues with the Xbox 360 compatibility.
Oh, yeah, so the Xbox 3, for those that don't know, because I'm the only one here, I think that had the Xbox 360, you could put original Xbox games in your Xbox 360, and sometimes it would successfully emulate the game, because some original Xbox games were backwards compatible on the Xbox 360, but not all.
With a few older titles. That's to be expected. But it really takes the creepy factor away when I have a flashlight that's attached to the front of my character, as you can see, that shines a light source in front and behind him. Look at this. What the hell? I have a spotlight coming out of my ass. I don't know why. It's just a bizarre phenomenon. This game was weird already as it was, but now I have a freaking lighthouse.
That's funny. That's actually not that creepy, or that weird, but... Oh, Eddie's just not textured. Hey, many of the redubbed voice actors are from the Shin Megami Tensei Persona series. These include Kanji, Naoto. Naoto plays Mary? That's why. That's why people are like, yo, because Naoto's voice actress was like also the original Naoto voice actress was not well liked. Akihiko, Yukiko, Kinshiro. Oh, this must be like a Persona 2 character I don't recognize. The texture of the water in Silent Hill 2, despite appearing really bad, is the same texture that was used in the PS2 version. But the HD collection, there's a layer of fog which is missing to conceal the textures. If looks could kill achievement, obtained for receiving the Heather Beam, the icon is an image of Heather in her Princess Heart costume. This image is actually an unofficial image and created by a DeviantArt user. Oh, we're not opening up a DeviantArt tab. That's gonna get my stream taken down. Funny, though. Wait, hang on. Can I copy link address? Hang on, wait. What if I open it up in another monitor and see? Okay, there's nothing that'll get the stream taken down. You never know when you open up DeviantArt, you know what I mean? So Konami, someone at Konami used this image. That's funny. But see, that's why I think it's a shame that the Silent Hill 2 remake doesn't have costumes, because the originals did. Oh yeah, the lake water does look like James is like floating in a void. That's funny. Oh, I really want to play the Xbox 360 version of this. I wonder if it's still available. Like, can I download it? Oh wait, no, the Xbox 360 Marketplace is closed, isn't it? Oh, no, I can get it. I mean, what do you guys think? Silent Hill 2 HD Collection. Achievement guide. Oh my god, estimated difficulty 8 out of 10. Oh, Silent Hill, it's because you have to play through it 7.5 times. Number of missile achievements, 0. Playthroughs are short. Oh my god, wait a minute. Most of these achievements are pretty easy, but with one exception. Achievements. Complete Silent Hill 2 in 3 hours or less. Who needs a gun? Acquire the green hyper spray. What the fuck is this? Is this in the remake? Green hyper spray. Silent Hill 2 remake. Oh, it's not in the remake. What the fuck do you have to do for this? This is by far the most difficult achievement in the collection. The requirements to get this are action level hard, riddle level hard, see all 7 endings, only save twice. Holy shit. Okay, so save twice, beat in less than 3 hours, pick up over 150 items. Defeat 100 or defeat 75 items by or enemies by shooting, 75 items by melee. What else? 7 endings. The remake has 8 though, 2 of which are new. Is an ending cut from? Wait a minute, that's a good point. Leave, Maria, water, rebirth, dog, UFO. Endings, all 7. There's an extra riddle difficulty for beating the game on all 3 difficulty puzzles? Holy shit, these achievements are crazy. Oh no, there's another ending. Oh wait, no, is this for Silent Hill 3? Yeah, maybe it's just a typo. Oh no, the other thing is the all 7 ending is to beat the expansion pack. The Born from a Wish scenario that's unlocked by beating the game normally. Okay, so that's what it means by all 7. You also have to do the DLC ending. Okay. Good catch, though. Boat stage time, 1 minute and 20 seconds. Less than 500 ticks of damage. What the fuck is the green hyper spray? It's an unlockable weapon in Silent Hill 2. It can be obtained once the player does one of 3 things: by completing the game on hard. The spray can be used in bursts by pressing the attack button. It can be used by continuously holding the attack button. You need to get a 10-star ranking. The Hyper Green Spray instantly kills enemies. What the fuck? So there's like several series of spray can weapons in Silent Hill 2? The original one that's just cut from Remake entirely? Hit him with the Axe body spray. I like that they just fall over. There's not even like an animation for it. Oh, I don't remember seeing Pyramid Head down here. Oh wait, that's because I booked it. He just freezes. Oh, well, it just stuns him for a little bit. It just kills Abstract Daddy. Oh wait, there's two of them! Oh. That, I had no idea. Holy shit, that's intense, dude. Kind of crazy to me that they say that this can be completed in 3 hours. The game's textures look wonderful compared to the original release. I kind of want to try this. Should I stream this tomorrow? Or what should I... Did we discuss what should I stream tomorrow? And should it be the HD collection? I'll need to see if it's still available on the... I mean, it shows on the website still available, so... I mean, what else do I stream, right? What did I post on my schedule on YouTube? What did I say that I would stream? I said OG Silent Hill 2 or a new game. I kind of want to do that. Although, funny enough, it's not on sale for Black Friday, or like because of the holiday. 4.5 reviews? 2 classics that tickle my pickle. Also, I think this comment's particularly funny. Not only is this description funny, but the comment is, the new voice acting isn't as bad as some people make it out, especially if you never played the original. Yeah, the voice acting's not bad if you have absolutely nothing to compare it to. If you compare it to nothing and look at it in an abject vacuum, it's not bad. If you don't compare it to anything. Should have included the first Konami L. I didn't realize Xbox reviews were also funny. You did also mention mouthwashing, but I feel that mouthwashing is something that I could play later on. Like, I could probably get away with playing mouthwashing not next week, but the week after next, and just like play it in a vacuum and no one would care. But I feel like this is really my only opportunity to play the original Silent Hill 2 on stream. Or else people won't care. I mean, granted, the Silent Hill streams have done very bad view-wise. What are we at view-wise? So I guess it doesn't matter, but like it'll make even less sense if I play it later. Because yeah, view-wise, we haven't hit 100 since the first stream of Silent Hill 2. We got 170 on the first stream, and then not even 100, not even 100, not even 100. But I mean, I had fun, so I think that's all that matters. But I feel like I could do mouth washing later and like get views. Like if I announced, oh yeah, 50 views for today's stream. Yeah. But like, yeah, if I do, because next week I'm doing Marvel Rivals, because that's coming out. But the week after, if I'm like, hey, let's play mouth washing, I feel like that could still get views. But I feel like this is really the only time we could play the original. Time to beat the original Silent Hill 2. This is remake. The remake is twice as long as the original game. $8 hours? I could beat it in a stream, I think. Considering I know what to do, right? Although I would like to do the Born from a Wish thing, because I never did that. Fuck it. Let's do the HD Collection Xbox version that's broken as fuck tomorrow on stream. I've convinced myself. Was there anything else we needed to look at? Right? Are you guys cool with that? Like, would you guys want to come to the original Silent Hill 2 stream tomorrow? If I do it? What are our thoughts on this? I know I kind of talked myself into it, but I could just as easily be swayed out of it. You'll be there. Thank you, Guy. Are people interested in this? Is interested in seeing the train wreck? Honestly, this sounds better than just replaying base Silent Hill 2. Yeah. I think so too. Because there's a chance like that it also just ends up being a funny run because it's so buggy. Right? Like, I think it could be funny because there's a lot of glitches and missing textures. You know? This is cool trivia. What's cool trivia? The stuff that we've been reading, or the stuff on the this? Let's replay a mildly worse version of the game we just played that doesn't compare to let's play a dramatically worse version of the game. Are you not liking my Silent Hill HD collection fun facts, Francisco? Do. All right. What else we got to look at? We can look at a couple more things for our wrap up. Eddie's sin is only murdering a dog. Eddie killed the owner of the dog too? Oh, okay. James sees the staircase differently than Angela. Interesting. Cutting room floor for this the remake? Is there a cutting room floor? Cutting room floor. So like he isn't far and away the worst person in Silent Hill. Nope. I feel like there's less chances of cutting or cut content in remakes for games because, like, you know what your vision is going in. So there's not like you're gonna find stuff that doesn't work in a remake because you're like, oh, well, we're just remaking a game already, so you already have your framework. So there's just it feels like it's just so unlikely that there would be cut content. Cool idea though. The remakes of Resident Evil end up cutting things, yeah, but that's because they're going for like a new game with those. I think Blooper Team doesn't have the same fan trust that the Resident Evil Capcom development team does, where like Capcom has enough fan trust where if they're like, hey, we're totally fucking redoing Resident Evil 4, people are like, okay, and we'll buy it. But like I feel like Blooper Team was like, we're touching Silent Hill 2, we're gonna change that. People were like, watching you. You know what I mean? But like, people are gonna buy it with Capcom doing Resident Evil. Adding new endings is a radical idea. That's fair. I wanted to see Eddie's stuff. Eddie is annoying to me. I don't like Eddie. I also don't like Laura. What are Eddie's creator comments? The novelization reveals Eddie believes his own life is shitty, but doesn't care about the fact that women have no attraction to him. So he wasn't an incel. He's a loser, but not an incel. Even Eddie didn't fall that far. Due to being overweight, Eddie's bullied. At times, Eddie's forced to get on his knees and beg for his life, and he dislikes the body he was born with, feeling as if he lost the genetic lottery. Oh, see, Eddie didn't kill anybody. I think Eddie's punishment seems like way over the top for his crime. He sucks, but like, what do you mean he's got to go to Silent Hill for this? One bully would not leave Eddie alone even after he graduated high school. Eddie became an easy target and a victim. Eventually, Eddie mentally snapped and proceeded to kill the bully's dog in retaliation. Afterwards, Eddie shot the bully in the knee using his father's revolver, crippling him, though Eddie did not kill him. Afterwards, Eddie fled, wandering for a while before coming to Silent Hill. It's ambiguous whether or not Eddie's on the run from the police. So he just kills a dog? I mean, like, that's sucks, but I don't know if I would say he needs to be condemned to Silent Hill for that. Feel like killing a dog that did nothing to him is Silent Hill material? I mean, it's the owner that pays for his crimes. Every dead body you find in the game are people killed by Eddie? I don't think so. Oh, they definitely removed calling him Fatso from the remake. He does not get called Fatso in the remake. James kills Eddie and is horrified, remorseful that he murdered a human being. Wah, wah. In the initial stages of the scenario, Eddie was actually a very cheerful character. Therefore, the name was borrowed from Eddie Murphy. That's how you know this game was conceived in the 90s. In the end, however, we changed his personality completely. What is the thought process of development behind that, where you're like making a really like goofy, fun character, Eddie Murphy style character, and then you're like, no. Make him depressed, self-conscious because he's fat, he murders a dog, and he hates everybody. Like, what? Hang on one second, I gotta grab a drink. The change is dramatic. I feel like part of Silent Hill's thing in this game is that it takes people with large amounts of self-loathing who are also murderers. It's true. Say what we will about James, but Angela wouldn't deserve being sent to Detroit, much less Silent Hill. Yeah, the Angela thing I find is very weird. I mean, I guess the thing with Angela is that supposed to be Silent Hill can take anybody. But it seems unfair. that Angela gets sent to Silent Hill. Oh my god, she looks so creepy in this concept art. The bags under the eyes is like, damn. Also, this concept art is too pretty. This, I think, fits perfectly. She's still very pretty, though. Funny. This is so funny to me. Angela's death is never confirmed in the game without a doubt. But Masahiro Ito confirmed that she did indeed die, although he did not remember how. I love that the developer, like the main writer's like, yeah, I don't remember. She dies. Like, whatever, bro. Why do you care? I don't. Also, it's so funny that the article for Eddie is, like, so much smaller than the one for Angela. Like, you can just see the scroll bar for Eddie is, like, huge, but Angela has, like, a lot of different stuff. Amazing how this game is legendary for its writing, but the writers just forgot one of the main characters died, yeah. Well, I think part of also why the game is, like, so well-renowned is not just because of the writing, but also, like, there's just so many factors about it that are interesting. It's one of the first, like, real, like, horror games. Like, it kind of defines the genre. Silent Hill 2 does, anyway. Where, like, a lot of, like, real horror games couldn't really be started yet because of the, you know, 2D horror isn't super scary, which is, like, what all the generations leading up to it had been. And, like, Silent Hill 1 is on the PlayStation 1, and it, like, kind of starts, you know, like, hey, maybe we can start doing scarier games, but Silent Hill 2 is really the first one that's like, hey, check this shit out. A scary, unnerving game. Which I feel like, up to this point, like, hadn't really existed yet. In, like, this kind of form. Anyway, what are the fun facts about him? According to the developer, Masahiro Ito, Eddie has only killed a dog. The bodies that appear in his scenes are just delusions. Eddie's surname is borrowed from Dombrowski from Twin Peaks. God, Twin Peaks, like, inspired so many fucking things. What an insane series. There's a rare glitch in the game in which Eddie's pizza magically levitates and floats to his mouth. You gotta click on that note, I gotta see the source. Oh my god, this is an ancient YouTube video. Uploaded 16 years ago. Sorry about the bad quality. There are like 3 pixels in this. Oh, it does go. It does float though. You can see it kind of. It's just out of sync. It's funny. I should have kept that glitch. He's the first non-possessed human enemy. The dog doesn't like Eddie. When Eddie is shown during the credits of the dog ending, Mira growls angrily. Make it so they should have kept the glitch and it only happens when you have the blue gemstone. They should have done the meme where he like holds his hands to his head and then the pizza floats up to his mouth. That would have been funny. Yeah, everyone looks too like normal in their concept art, which is funny. Like here, he just looks like a I don't think this is not the look of a guy who gets bullied. Like he's just a slightly overweight guy here. This is the look of a guy who gets bullied that has like slop all over the front of his shirt. This concept model is funny. Alright, what else we got? I don't know why I ended up just kind of... I get lost on Wikipedia pages, man. I start like reading like the fucking trivia segments and shit. James is in the other Silent Hill games? Huh? The developer's favorite ending is in water, so Final Fighter, if you're still here, you may be justified. He's in the UFO ending of Silent Hill 3. And he's in the UFO ending of Shattered Memories. Oh, and then he's got his character model as a cameo in the Easter egg ending as well. Jeremy Irving. In the Return to Silent Hill movie? Is that out? Oh, wow. It's an adaptation of Silent Hill 2 and a reboot of this film series. The Maria... This looks like a bad porno. I'm sorry. I also don't get James vibes from this image either. Uh-oh, I'm nervous about that. I'm nervous about that movie. I'll probably watch it. Nervous, though. Absolutely do not like that Maria costume. Yeah, I don't either. Oh, so James does go to Silent Hill with the intention of killing himself in the first place. Mary's letter is a hallucination. It's so funny that Silent Hill 2 is like so old. Like a lot of the YouTube videos of like the original game are of people like pointing their camera at the CRT TV that they have. Oh, the endings are way different in Remake. I just noticed this. In the Maria ending, Maria appears resurrected again, and she asks James whether he killed Mary again. Interesting. Remake seems to change that. In the initial stage of the scenario, he's a character who had two personalities, Joseph and James. The name Joseph was borrowed from the name of a man suspected of being Jack the Ripper, and James is a derivative. After speaking with Ito, we decided to raise James' age in the game a bit. This in part because fans from 20 years ago are older now, and because the average age of people who play video games has risen too. I wanted to pick James who is more mature, as to suffer through more in his life, and to do that we raised his age, though only by a bit. If he does look older to you, it's not your imagination. Huh. I actually didn't notice that. I thought that was just HD. It's interesting that they decided to portray him as older, but I feel like it really didn't change the game that much. I guess I never really got the impression that James was super young anyway. The team chose to make James forgetful of his crime and gradually remember as the game progresses, so that the player could explore the city with James's mind. The concept of denial and selective memory loss would be again used for other characters in the series. The save menu's background is of James's face stained with red, which could represent anger or blood from his murder. His face appears to be blurred by water or glass. The reason why James hovers his hand in front of his face at the beginning of the game is to check if he's in reality or if he's dreaming. For example, lucid dreamers may perform reality checks, such as pinching their skin and looking at their hands. It serves as foreshadowing and symbolism of James's mental state, unable to determine fantasy from reality. It screams the pushing 30s James isn't a game. Yeah, I agree. If James wields the chainsaw, he may raise it above his head and scream if the player waits near a dead monster. If the player goes into standby mode with the chainsaw equipped, he sets it down, blade first, and leans on it like a cane. It's possible to make James trip. It can be speculated that because James had just recently killed Mary, her corpse is actually in the trunk of James's car at the beginning of the game. The book alludes to this, and the novelization affirms this with the in-water ending. However, Ito stated that he believed that Mary's body is actually in the back seat. And obviously, Blooper Team in the remake doubles in on that, and pays tribute to that with the stillness ending. They give a name James, works with Jacob's Ladder. James has many similarities to the film's protagonist Jacob Singer in that they both wear olive drab military jackets and both grapple with guilt, lust, and lost marriages. The developer commentary on this is so interesting. In the apartments, the body of a man sitting in front of a TV displaying static can be seen after James finds a pistol. The game's art director said in the documentary that the man sitting in the chair is actually James. The scene acts as heavy foreshadowing of the scene when James discovers the truth about his wife. He slumps back to the chair in a very similar position. Interesting. I do remember this scene being emphasized in Remake as well. Almost every corpse in the game, excluding the ones from the holes inside the prison, wear the same clothes as James. In the apartments, James may hear a whisper that appears to say, "See my dead wife and come home, do some laundry, do some..." It's been speculated that may represent a part of James's thoughts about what to do after he murdered Mary. The Japanese translator, Jeremy, stated in an interview that he believes it was just one of the voice actors talking to himself in the recording booth, and that the Japanese sound recorders would not have known that that was meant to be unscripted text. So the voice actor is like making a joke. Guy is making a joke. He's like, "See my dead wife, go home, do some laundry." And then the Japanese like sound editing team doesn't know English and is like, that's the voice line, and puts it in the game. The tablet of the oppressor represents James. It's so funny that a lot of the stuff in these early 2000 games, they're like, oh, all of this is symbolism, right? Because all of the character models reuse James's character model. And it's very funny that they portray this as like, oh, it's because of its symbolism. When in fact it's actually because of budgetary reasons and they couldn't model another corpse, so they just reused the asset because it's a 2001 game. I mean, I think it's cool that they still give symbolic interpretations, but that was not the original intent. That's like intent that was definitely added after the fact, where they were like, hey, we need to put a dead body here. We can only use James's character model because we can't afford in our budget to create another like standard male human character model and texture it. Just make it James and say it's his own psychoses. But I mean, a lot of the original Silent Hill, I do feel like, is like pushing against like those development constraints, like the limited character models, like the limited field of view, and like that's why the fog is so necessary. So I mean, it's fine. I just think it's funny. You retcon the meaning before you even released the story? Was it really a retcon? That's true. During the scene with Angela and the burning staircase, before James says it's hot as hell in here, he raises his right hand to his face. Maybe interpreted as James fidgeting, having something in his eye, or wiping sweat off his brow. It's also possible that James may be weeping for Angela. Oh, it's totally just James covered in blood. See, they definitely did not do that in Remake. Oh, where did you get this rabbit mask from? That's cool. In the HD game? Or in the remake? Is this actually included? How do you get that? I didn't unlock this. How to unlock Robbie the Rabbit and oh, it's... Wait. Standard edition pre-order bonuses. Oh, Robbie the Man, it's PS5 exclusive, that's why. Bruh. Alright. We have One last thing. Let's read the wiki for Maria, and then we can call it a stream. And yeah, I think I'll play the Broken remake tomorrow. If I can get this installed on my Xbox, I'll stream this tomorrow. If not, I'll figure something else out. Oh, yeah. She's arguably the primary antagonist of Silent Hill 2. Or she serves as the protagonist of Silent Hill 2, Born from a Wish. See, I haven't played Born from a Wish ever. So I do kind of want to try that. I'll probably play, I bet what I'll do is I'll play the Silent Hill 2 HD collection on easy, so we can like fly through it, so I can experience Born from a Wish for the first time. I'm curious though, so does she die often in the first game? I don't remember her dying, even when I was a kid. Like playing, I could still keep her alive, so I can't imagine she dies that often. Oh dude, the pink dye in the original is like so faint and hard to see. No, I'm not talking about Francisco, I mean like, can she die like in gameplay, not cutscene? Because it says like if she dies, it's game over. I'm not talking about actual story deaths, Francisco. I do remember the explicit cutscenes where she dies. Maria is a manifestation, mental construct, or figment of James's seemingly delusional imagination. I mean, James has got a pretty powerful imagination if he can, like, fucking real boot a woman. She is virtually, that doesn't make sense. She's physically virtually identical to James, his late wife, Mary. They have the same face and voice according to James, but the hair and clothes are different. Which is basically, they just retextured Mary's character model because of the original game being on PlayStation 2. Just a retexture. She has a choker, which is known to have had a sexual connotation. There's a common belief prostitutes in the past wore them. Not my Yukari. That's funny. Another theory likens Maria to a guardian angel. I like that some people think that Maria's like, she's a guardian angel. And other people that Maria's a negative being, like a succubus. I like that the interpretations can just be so wild. The instruction manual, guys, remember instruction manuals? Describes her as the opposite of Mary. I don't want to read Born from a Wish. I don't want to read this stuff because I don't want to spoil myself. Oh, interesting that Maria is at the top in the original game instead of Mary, whereas in the remake it's always Mary, and then she just slowly transforms back into Maria. Maria starts coughing, implying she has the same illness Mary suffered from, and that the events that drove James to murder may repeat themselves, and he'll eventually come full circle. I think Maria fakes being Mary. That's kind of exactly what I just said, but alright. In the original scenario, the heroine also had an existence characterized by a double personality. So they were going for two split personality characters. Both James and Mary were going to be split personalities. Maria is visually designed based on Christina Aguilera. Aguilera's middle name is also Maria, however, this is possibly a coincidence. No, this is spot on. This is the exact same outfit. Both Mary and Maria are voiced by the same voice actor. In the making of Silent 2, it's mentioned the developers gave Maria's midriff a bit of flab in order to humanize her. Interesting. Her lower abdomen sticks out a little bit. Team Silent is known for putting strong emphasis on adding little details, such as flabs, skin spots, freckles, eye bags, etc. to characters in order to make them feel more realistic and believable. Yeah, you can kind of see she doesn't have the usual, like, toned stomach that you would expect from a video game character. It's kind of hard to see because it's like an older character model, but still. Such details were uncommon in 2000. There's a persistent butterfly and moth symbolism surrounding Maria in the game. She has a butterfly tattoo on her abdomen, and in many cultures, butterflies represent rebirth, which is relevant to her being a new form of Mary. In the final boss fight, Mary and Maria attacks with a swarm of moths, which is a symbol of death. I don't want to look at the Born from a Wish stuff. The cutscene in Maria's cell in the labyrinth seems a reference to an episode of Twin Peaks, because of course it is. The gallows platform in the prison shows two executioners wearing triangle-shaped headgear. This is a foreshadowing of Maria being killed by the two pyramid heads. Maria's death in the labyrinth is a mystery. There's speculation that the cause of her death was part of her manifestation. The blood bruising on her cheek is reminiscent of Mary's facial disfigurement from her terminal illness. It's after the camera has finished panning up to a close-up of Maria's face that James aptly calls out Mary. Also of note is the dirt walls that make up some of the halls of the labyrinth are of a color similar to Mary's aforementioned disfigurement. Damn, what does Mary have? In the novelization, when James discovers Maria's body in the cell, he notices a gunshot wound in her chest. One could assume Eddie shot Maria in anger upon rejection, supposedly like all the other girls in his life. However, Ito claimed Eddie did not kill anyone, seemingly contradicting this theory. Oh, okay. A plot disease, a viral one in stories like this. Protagonist, dead wife disease. Yeah, both good answers. A hack in the game can allow Maria to accompany James throughout the entire game. Through a cheat system or by downloading a hacked save file, the player can hack the old bronze key in their inventory, allowing Maria and James to enter the Historical Society and skip the entire hospital level where Maria dies. However, the player must protect her extremely well, and it's still game over if she dies. Humorously, there are two Marias in the jail scene, and she floats above Toluca Lake during the boat ride. Another glitch in the game occurs within the hospital where Pyramid Head is. Sometimes Pyramid Head will spawn in front of Maria, and this is useful on hard, as Pyramid Head will still march forward, ignoring Maria and making it impossible for her to die. This is the texture glitch we looked at earlier. In Silent Hill 3, when inputting the Konami code, Maria's moan from the dog ending is heard to confirm the code has been entered correctly. Oh, so that moan in the credits was Maria? That's fine. Like Lisa Garland, Maria may be a PTV addict. Maria is seen swallowing a pill in the hospital. The pill bottle appears to say White on it, which may be White Claudia. Interesting. I really want to see this Born from a Wish thing. Maria in the dog ending? Oh yeah, all the bosses are like changed to like, yeah, different like platforms. These are very weird. I wonder how long Born from a Wish is. I do as well. Looks like she was always concept arted to have a different outfit. Honestly, I think all of these outfits for the remake are better. I really like Maria's new outfit. I dig that a lot. Oh, I forget she's in Dead by Daylight. Dude, how do people notice things like this? Holy shit, dude. Alright. Last article, I think, is to check out, Are the original endings, like, way different? Maria is not in the dog ending at all in Remake. The dog ending is much more tame than I remember in the original. Hang on. Silent Hill 2. Original dog ending. See, this room is so much better.
お前の仕業だったのか
Wait, where's Maria in this? Maria and the dog ending. Is it in HD? Oh, it's so much darker in the HD collection. Oh, okay. So they just play a bunch of joke clips here? Shirtless James? Oh, growls when he sees Eddie. That's funny. Okay, there was the clip, or there was that one clip, or one shot of Maria. Why does the dog ending get darker in every game? It's an excellent question. Like, it's a joke ending. Let it be super goofy. It's just a picture of him. So they kept the moan in the remake, but they don't have the super sexy picture of her. That's funny. Dog ending got nerfed hard in remake. They kept the moan, but not the image. Yeah, how lame. Alright, one last character's wiki, I think, to read is Mary. I guess we could do Pyramid Head, too, fuck it. Mary. Why is the wiki, like, taxing my computer so much? High memory usage? It's almost using a gigabyte of memory? What the fuck is this wiki page? Oh, it's probably because of all the ads. $907 megabytes? Good lord, dude. Yeah, the YouTube one is playing an HD video and it's using 411. Alright, fuck off. She definitely looks a lot more ill in the original. So the monster thing is more believable. I feel like the original depicts her illness a little bit better. Tells her that there's no effective treatment for her condition. Mary and James's wish of having children was put to an end due to her disease. Oh, so that's what Laura represents. The last place she was happy, she shocked her with the town with another patient, the orphan Laura, and the two bonded. Mary would often wait for James, and Laura would console her when he didn't come. This is likely why Laura states that Mary was always waiting for James and is hostile towards him. She can also gather from Mary's violent mood swings and tendency to strike out at especially James during this time that she may have made resentful remarks about him to Laura. If things worked out differently, Mary was going to adopt Laura. In the Leave ending of the game, James leaves Silent Hill with Laura, possibly to fulfill Mary's wish. So no, Laura's not part of Silent Hill. Laura goes to Silent Hill because she's an orphan, and because she also gets the letter from Mary for some reason. I actually really don't know why Laura ends up in Silent Hill, other than she goes there because Mary used to always mention it. In the later days of Mary's life, Mary wrote farewell letters to both Laura and James and requested that the nurse, Rachel, give the notes to them after her death. Mary was permitted to return home for a short while, although it was only because her death was imminent and she was afraid James would not see her again before she died. At their home, James was tasked with being Mary's caretaker, which eventually became a burden. Wait, sorry. I mean, like, fucking... That actually makes James way worse. The doctors let her go home because, like, hey, you're gonna die any day now, and James has to be her caretaker for, like, a week, and then is like, yeah, fuck it, I'm gonna kill you. What? Like, dude couldn't even be her caretaker for, like, 2 weeks? Because if, like, she's in end-of-life hospice care, like, at most, she's got, like, a month to live if the doctors are finally like, hey, just go home, like, we can't do anything for you. That's fucked. I didn't realize that. So it's the developer, Ito, said that James has the body in the back seat. Although physically dead, Mary lives on in James's delusion. He's convinced Mary died 3 years ago, and in reality, she only died a few days ago. Also, how does he repress that he murdered her, but then also remembers that she's dead? That's weird. Maria has Mary's memories, and Maria remembers what James did to Mary, but also remembers underneath he's kind, I guess. Oh, interesting. That the figures, the bosses have only, or the enemies in the game have only been theorized to be related to Mary and James's psychology, but this has not been proven. That's a fair point, 12 hours. Because he's already accepted her death. She has mood swings because of her illness. Mary says various things in each ending to James, who's become aware of his crimes. It's conceivable that her death 3 years ago is merely James's delusion. In the joke ending of Silent Hill Book of Memories, her and James are seen walking down the street, passing a girl who's coughing. James worries that Mary might become ill, but she assures him she's fine. Her name is taken from the victim of the Jack the Ripper case. Mary is voiced by Mary in the HD collection. McGlynn felt her voice was too deep, but the producers just cast her anyway. The nurses and a piece of dialogue from James that's like, your doctors, you can't save her, all angry. Yeah, it is kind of interesting that it's just a theory. Especially with how much other stuff that the developer Ito has, like, confirmed. It's interesting that he hasn't confirmed the enemy designs. Audio of Mary screaming when James when James watches the videotape were removed from the final version for unknown reasons. This could be due to controversial subject of euthanasia, or Team Silent may have found Mary's screaming to be too excessive and extreme, disturbing, and wanted a more subtle approach. When James discovers the radio, Mary's voice is, "James, I'm here. Come to me, James. I'm waiting for you. Why did you kill me?" It's never explicitly stated what disease Mary had or how she obtained it. It was known to cause lumps on the skin and hair loss. It's been speculated to be a form of cancer or leprosy. Guy, the original James voice actor, believes it to be melanoma. Silent Hill has a history of illness, as the Brookhaven Hospital was built in response to epidemics. It's possible it's the same disease. It's likely that Mary obtained her disease before or during her vacation in Silent Hill, as she's shown coughing in the Lakeview Hotel. One supernatural theory is that Silent Hill cursed her. Another theory is that she lingered beside Toluca Lake too long, which may have had contaminated water or mist due to the apparent 67 people who died of illness and sleep beneath the lake. James states that he and Mary once stared at the water of Toluca Lake for an entire day. Audio of Mary reading the letter to Laura was removed from the final version of the game. It's ambiguous and unknown how much of the true Mary was actually in Silent Hill 2. For example, James receives radio messages from Mary and has a final conversation with a bedridden Mary. The player can interpret these as Mary's true spirit or self, or merely hallucinations. Ito stated that most of the creatures' mouths in Silent Hill 2 represent Mary's insanity. In Silent Hill 3, Mary is referenced by Heather Mason, the protagonist of the game, if the player has a Silent Hill 2 save file and examines the mailbox in the Daisy Villa apartments. Heather says there's no letter from a dead wife or otherwise. Well, I don't have one of those anyway. The original Mary, I feel, looks a lot more like Maria than in the remake. Obviously, it's because it's a retexture of the character model in the original, but in the remake, it's an entirely different character. Who's this, Rachel? Oh, the nurse. The nurse gets referenced in Silent Hill 4 The Room. By Silent Hill 4, they're like desperately trying to reclaim that Silent Hill 2 glory. Is Silent Hill The Room even playable anymore? Silent Hill 4. Yeah, I think this is only playable via emulation. PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3, original Xbox. The PC version was given a release in October 2020. Oh, wow. But it's not on Steam. Where is it? Oh, it's on GOG. Interesting. Alright, last one and we'll wrap up the stream. What is Pyramid all about? He's an executioner of the town's past who worshipped the angel of rebirth, Vatel. By the end of the game, a second Pyramid Head manifests, but why? Despite criticism from the developers, or from the original developers, the character was reimagined in Silent Hill Homecoming as the Boogeyman. I mean, he is kind of like an iconic character. I get that there would be criticism for returning Pyramid Head, but I feel like from a marketing standpoint, like, you have to have Pyramid Head come back. Like, and I think you retool it, I feel like, as not a... And I mean, I think it works, right? Because, like, obviously he's the manifestation of James's guilt and desire for punishment. But I think you just retool it as anyone who is guilty or has a desire for self-inflicted punishment. Pyramid Head comes for them. Like, I know that probably, like, that messes with the original vision a little bit, but, like, he's too iconic, I feel, to not have him come back in the series. Like, he's gotta kind of be the reoccurring boss. You know? He's the mascot of the games. Yeah, I feel like you just have to kind of, like, go, okay, like, I mean, because and it's not even that much of a stretch, right? Like, his original interpretation is of an executioner. So if you just kind of retcon it and go, okay, so anyone in Silent Hill who feels guilty, which is all of the characters, or anyone with a desire for punishment, which is, again, pretty much all the characters in Silent Hill, or in the franchise, anyway, I feel like that's fine. Like, I know the original developers might be like, no, it's just James's thing, but it's like, again, he's too much of a mascot. Like, you need a mascot for for the series. Like, it would be like having, like, Michael Myers not be in all the Halloween movies, right? Or Freddy? No, Freddy's the guy in the Halloween movies. No. Who was the guy? Oh, I'm getting my horror movies mixed up. But you know what I mean. The iconic horror movie reoccurring bad guys. It'd be like doing one of those and being like, but Michael Myers isn't in this one. Like, you just gotta bring Pyramid Head back every time. Yeah. Ito was displeased with Pyramid Head's appearances in the later games, believing that he strayed too far from his original purpose. I mean, I get it, like, he's an artist, he's a creative, like, he wants that. But he says he also feels that it would be difficult to convince Konami to make a new game without him, because of his brand recognition. If Pyramid Head was to be used again, he wanted him to have an impressive new direction. Look, man, I get it, but, like, that's the secret sauce. You gotta have him back. Ito criticized the musculature of Pyramid Head, stating that I really disliked muscular enemies being made an appearance in horror titles without a reason. In my opinion, enemies should have a reason for being in it. And Pyramid Head in James's story had a reason to not be muscular. Lead designer Jason... I gotta say, like, sometimes Ito here definitely sounds like... I mean, they couldn't make a muscular character model on the PlayStation 2. They just couldn't. Like, they couldn't get that, like, defined musculature. And now he's getting defensive and being like, "Wow, there was a reason that he didn't have muscles." It's like, dude, do you not see the size of the giant sword you depicted him carrying around? Like, he's not having fucking twig arms being able to swing that thing. Like, come on, man. You had a story reason to not be muscular. No, it's because you couldn't fucking render detailed muscles on a PlayStation 2. Just say it, man. The lead designer defended the game by assuring fans that even though James is absent, the monster serves a specific purpose. He referred to Pyramid Head as integral to Silent Hill lore, and the decision to insert him was not taken lightly, also acknowledging that he represented James's desire for punishment in Silent Hill. Hewlett attempted to reconcile the continuity error by inserting the child's drawing into the game that dubbed this new incarnation the Shadow Lord, the Boogeyman, giving him a new name and reinventing his purpose for existing. He felt that if Pyramid had to be included, he needed a central role to the story rather than just a cameo. We had a tough situation because now Pyramid Head showed up, but there wasn't really a compelling reason for him to show up. Whereas originally, it was like, shut up, Tom, it's cool. Now it's just kind of like, shut up, Tom, he just shows up. So, I worked with the designer to come up with the Boogeyman stuff to try and explain why Alex would have imagined this figure. We tried to make it fit. I feel like you don't really need to make it try that hard. I don't know. When developing a cancelled Silent Hill game in 2013, he designed new versions of Vitali and Pyramid Head, distinct from what had been seen in Silent Hill 2 and 3. The intention was for the more angelic Vitali to kill Pyramid Head in the opening scene of the game. Concept art for the scene depicts a baby carriage on a bridge. The game was cancelled, but Ito stated in 2017 that he would only work on a new Silent Hill game if Pyramid Head is absent or killed off immediately. And this, I think, refers to, like, with the Ito's comment, like we talked about earlier, how Ito says he wish he did not design Pyramid Head. I guess he just really hates that Pyramid Head's, like, iconic. I don't get why he's so bitter about this. Like, I know he's an artist, and he's, like, the artsy director type, but, like, come on, dude. I'll only work on the game if there's no Pyramid Head. Like, what? That seems like such a weird thing to get hung up on. Also like that in Japanese Silent Hill, he's Red Pyramid thing. According to Ito, Red Pyramid Thing is the official name of the creature and the name given to it. Why would Red Pyramid Thing be your official name? Like when comic and writer artists create brand new characters and Marvel or DC use them and doesn't give them revenue? I guess, but like... Come on, man. Oh, interesting. In the final stages of her disease, Mary fell into a state of agony and became verbally abusive towards James. It was during this time that James smothered her with a pillow to relieve her of her pain and because of his growing resentment. He instantly fell into a state of regret and denial. I like that Pyramid Head's just like straight up, like he's just the boss of Silent Hill Homecoming. That's funny. He just appears in cinematics. Oh, that's actually even funnier. Pyramid Head appears as the boss in the rail shooter Silent Hill the arcade. Oh, see, he even looks muscular as fuck in this, too. Pyramid Head appears in the Dungeon Crawler as a type of enemy. In Silent Hill Book of Memories. Okay, so Pyramid Head shouldn't be a fucking common enemy. What are you doing? He's definitely a boss character. Is this game even still playable if it's just on the Vita? I don't care. Pyramid Head makes an appearance in the game Crazy Kart Racing. Pyramid Head appears as a playable, unlockable character in the Nintendo DS title International Track and Field. That's funny. The game mentions Pyramid Head was on a brief but enjoyable killing spree in Hollywood. Did Sony own Team Silent? It feels like a lot of Silent Hill stuff is referenced in like the original, like the PlayStation Home and stuff. Does Sony own Team Silent? Pyramid Head is still my favorite Dead by Daylight character to play as. Oh, Pyramid Head's an Astrobot. He's called the Impractical Butcher. The description reads, heavy is the head that wears the pyramid. That's funny. Astrobot. Pyramid Head. Francisco, have you seen the Silent Hill movies? My mom loves them. You really like the first one? Just the first one? Let's see, the hand of Pyramid Head has 2 reasons. Pyramid Head has no face, so he expresses his will and emotion by hand. The index finger is separate from the others, and is very convenient to operate by CG tools. And Silent Hill 2 is a PS2 game. We had a limit to the number of polygons we add. Shaping around the fingers is able to reduce polygons than to make each finger. Silent Hill was once a town of executions. Most of the people living there were either executioners or family to an executioner. Underneath is a tongue-like flesh that Pyramid Head uses when attacking James. I never saw this tongue-like appendage. Did I just kill Pyramid Head too fast? In the boss fight, all he does is, like, throw the, spear at you. In the remake... Pyramid Head exists to keep James human and help him realize that he's guilty, often attacking other monsters to fulfill his role. The scene where James hides in the closet from Pyramid Head abusing the mannequins represents the conflict in his mind. His fear of facing his inner demons manifested itself as Pyramid Head attacking other monsters to remove the visions from his psyche. Pyramid Head's abuse of the monsters was made intentionally erotic by the development team. Okay, yeah, see, this... I thought this scene, like... I remember seeing this as a kid and being like, they're doing it. This is completely gone from the remake. He's very clearly just attacking them normally in the remake. Whereas this obviously looks very provocative in the original. Pyramid Head kills himself because his purpose for existing is finished. The remake wasn't based. Oh, here it is. At one point, the, I actually think we talked about this earlier in the stream when I was talking about enemy variety and Pyramid Head being like, or Francisco, you suggested Pyramid Head could be like the original Nemesis from Silent Hill, and it looks like at one point that was the case. At one point, Silent Hill 2 was going to have random, unscripted Pyramid Head encounters. The E3 trailer shows him in the hallways of the Blue Creek apartments, and a prototype demo features him stalking the streets. In an early trailer of Silent Hill 2, James is seen hiding in the laundry room for Pyramid Head. Pyramid Head creator Ito was asked if characters other than James can have their own Pyramid Head, or if he can appear in different forms due to the existence of the misty day remains of the Judgment painting. His response would the other people kill his wife too? He's so mad about people wanting Pyramid Head in multiple games. He's like so mad other people are interested in Pyramid Head being a recurring villain. He fucking hates it. When asked how Pyramid Head can see through his helmet, Ito replied, "How do the other creatures in Silent Hill 2 see?" Although James's sexuality played a role in how he saw Pyramid Head's actions, Ito believes that the sexual frustration theme has been over-exaggerated by fans, often overshadowing the other symbolism. However, he humorously added that he could not get a girlfriend because of the time he spent working on Silent Hill 2. Interesting that the developer thinks the sexual frustration themes are over-exaggerated. And he doesn't like that it overshadows the other symbolism. The root of his hate is that he couldn't get a girlfriend while making Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2 Pyramid Head was originally not going to obtain the Great Spear until after the player entered the Silent Hill Historical Society and saw the paintings. However, Team Silent had to include it earlier because Pyramid Head could not swing the Great Knife in the narrow corridor of the Otherworld Brookhaven Hospital. Local man cooks too hard. Oh, interesting. The scene of Pyramid Head dragging the Bubblehead nurse in the Silent Hill 2 trailer was later reused in the art film Fukuro. The scene was originally going to appear in Silent Hill 2, but it did not make it past the censors. It would make the player imagine a heinous sexual act, so it was canceled. So they really pushed Silent Hill 2 to like the ESRB limit. He's referred to as Judgment, number 20 of the major arcanas of the Tarot deck, which makes sense because Mary is Hanged Man. Arcana's Persona reference. In Silent Hill 2, when Pyramid Head attacks, his thrust is identical to James's grunt. Is Hunchy here? In Silent Hill 2, if the player positions a lying figure in front of Pyramid Head will attack it. How do you get Pyramid Head to attack other enemies? That's interesting. When Ito was asked about the movie version taking influence from the Egyptian god of death, and about Gans having consulted Konami and Yamakoto on the project, he was bewildered. He said on the matter, they really misunderstood Pyramid Head. I designed that only for James. I know part of the reason why I'm laughing is because it's like 1 a.m. and now I'm tired, but I just think it's so funny how much he hates Pyramid Head being used for anything else. He is a vendetta against it. Ito disagreed with the decision to introduce Pyramid Head in the hallway behind the bars. He prefers to introduce him in the mannequin scene where James hides in the closet. Pyramid Head is his OC. When asked if Pyramid Head could be considered a good guy in Silent Hill 2, Ito agreed. Pyramid Head is the protagonist of Silent Hill 2 as well. A figure resembling Pyramid Head appears in the paintings for Silent Hill 3. This was a production mistake, stemming from the painter not consulting the team members. In 2022, Ito said, I wish I hadn't designed fucking Pyramid Head. That's it. That's what I needed. Oh, he just said it on Twitter. Well, I feel like that's a good, I feel like that is a good note to end it on. In 2022, Ito said, I wish I hadn't fucking designed Pyramid Head. That's funny. Yeah, I think that's a good spot to, I think that's a good spot to call it for the day. I mean, like that the wiki keeps the swearing. I'm gonna try tonight, or no, tomorrow morning. Actually, I'm gonna try and get the Silent Hill HD collection working on my Xbox, so we can play the janky broke version of the game. That's from the beta code with the missing source code, like the horrible unpatched Xbox port. I'm gonna try and see if I can get this. I know it says you can buy it, but I don't know if it'll actually let you install it and play. So if I can get this to work, this will be the stream tomorrow, because I think that'll be funny. If I can't, I don't know what I'll stream. I'll stream something else. I'll figure something out. But we'll be streaming something tomorrow either way. What it's going to be, I don't know. But, and then next week I'm streaming Marvel Rivals and maybe some Black Ops, Call of Duty Black Ops if we feel like it. And you're welcome to join when I play those multiplayer games. Because I'll be playing with chat and all that kind of good stuff. So, yeah, that's it. Thanks for watching. Hope you guys enjoyed our playthrough of the remake, the ending of the game, and reacting to all the endings, all that good stuff. We did. This basically became a just chatting stream where we just read a bunch of Silent Hill lore, but it was fun. Comment below if you're watching the VOD what your favorite of the endings was for the Silent Hill 2 remake. If you're new to the channel, feel free to subscribe. I'll be playing through a bunch of other fun games later. Drop a like on the stream too if you can. Help boost it in the YouTube algorithm. Yeah, we love Pyramid Head. Join my Discord server if you want to chat with me after the streams are over. Link in the description below. I already said drop a like, so that's it. Yeah. I will see you guys for tomorrow's stream. Have a good night.